No, you're not the only one here. Don't worry. I'm here. Hello, everyone. Right then, first things first. Dr. Dan is going to go get a He's going to go and get his beer. He needs to get his beer. He's been thinking about it for a while. He has been drinking about it for a while. And the bot isn't working, so we're having fun with the bot. Actually, no. Oh, good lord! I might have told a lie. Give me a second. The bot might have just come to life. I know, Poodle. I know. You were preparing to do your botly duty. Oh, yeah. Try. How'd I got... Sure. Apologies for that. I think I had milkshake still on my lip. Yeah, I know, it's terrible.
What on earth are these beers?
Yeah, you pick the beer you want, my friend.
No, it's not that. It's that these are ones that were a present from my sister. And I've also realised I have a can of vodka, lime, and soda ready mixed that was best for January 2022.
I'm sure it's fine. It's mostly alcohol.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, before you start testing the bot, please, let me just, I've pressed the button, and I've turned the bot on, and the bot should be, it does take, though, sometimes take a lot of time to warm up, though. So just give it a second. Let's see. Hello, yes, Big Fluff. I know. You're very, very lovely, and you're live, and you think it's immediately time for biscuits. The moment we go live. Look at this pack. It's almost empty. It's almost empty.
Puddle treat.
I know.
Clearly, it is time for poodle treats.
The queue should not be closed. It should be open. It should be open.
Well, to be fair, your marker is showing it as closed, so at least it's being honest.
At least it's being honest, but it is supposed to be. The bot's supposed to have started off.
Is the bot on strike?
Right now, we're just trying to see if the bot wakes up to YouTube.
Well, it's receiving things. So it got the Leslie test the system, Leslie 2020's test the system, but it hasn't got anything after that. Oh, now it's got Seneca.
Seneca.
Stop.
Oh,
In nice way,
Oh,
Seneca.
cool.
Thank you, it got it, but yeah, let's check the questions working before a lot of other people comment and put in questions.
Yeah, and then the poor bedraggled mod team has to play catch up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And unfortunately, Seneca, realistically, that is a Dragon and/or Foxo question. Because I know of Mass Effect, I've never played it.
Yeah, we'll save that for when Dragon and Foxo arrive. Hopefully, they will be coming soon and save us from these questions. I have played Mass Effect, but I haven't played it in for such a long time that I honestly can't remember a ship called Normandy. No.
That is either very concerning or very impressive.
What?
Stream together. Block. Invite guests. Yes, I want to join the call. Invite guests. Send invite. Start sharing chat.
So I'm going to do...
This appears to be a what if.
Okay. We appear to be getting actual questions through. The bot still hasn't put a message in the chat saying it's live, but it seems to be receiving the questions. So,
The talkback function on YouTube and Twitch are both active. I can see that coming up.
Okay, well then, we're going to go with questions are open. Please put your questions in. And we'll see how many we can get in. How quickly we can get in. Most of the
And don't forget to stream together.
I won't. It's just literally just now flashed up.
Fair enough.
Bruno wants to collaborate. Oh, do I?
Yeah, I know. I'm such a pain in the butt.
I know. It's more a case of, she hasn't changed her doggy colours yet to fit the poodle, has she? And that's the more issue. The poodle is complaining. She's gone, you've gone with the tricolor poodle rather than the, tuxedo poodle.
No, that's supposed to be a rough collie.
I think that might get a response of, oh.
No, that's also the same.
After
that's the same colour as a tricolor poodle.
I'll send you the pictures, but it was a family friend's dog. Most cat-like dog I've ever had the pleasure of meeting.
Okay, Q is currently saying to the queue is closed now.
Okay, so here's what we do.
Why is the queue?
Most cat-like dog. Does that mean that it tried to kill you?
Yeah. Questions are open.
I believe.
Say again?
It should be working.
Oh, I was just wondering if the cat tried to kill you. Sorry, cat dog tried to kill you.
No, he just seemed to not care. It's like, oh, yay, my feeder is here. Anyway.
Yeah.
That is literally all.
But then again, I was only interacting with that dog when the family was away. So it's entirely possible that the dog was like, I am depressed because my humans are not here. And while this human is fine, I miss my humans.
Where are my humans? I have humans. My normal stuff. How much does Riley weigh? It's not just the weight. It's the concentrated force when he steps on your nuts.
31.9 kilograms as of Thursday when I last weighed him at the vets.
Is that more or less than Dragon?
We don't answer these things, but it's probably more. It's probably more than Foxo.
It's more than Foxo, less than Dragon, less than me.
Sorry, that was who I meant.
And now the Discord stream kit has stopped working. Which orange ship from history deserves most observes the punch above the most? The punch above most deserves the to with the
punch above its weight.
Michael Cooch. Okay, just for a question, and this is the reason it's from me. Michael Cooch, which orange ship from history most deserves? I presume you mean the punched above it to win the punched above its weight award, and why? Ooh, there are so many options for that. There are so many options for that.
Dragon has shown up on my Twitch stream. Now let's see if he shows up into the VC.
Probably can.
I'm just trying to think.
YouTube, you already submitted that. We got it.
Yeah.
Because there's the there's obviously there's Nelson with his patented boarding device.
I'm not sure. That's sort of punching above his weight, yeah.
Because that wasn't it a 64 against a first or second rate? Or am I misremembering that?
I think it. Not sure if it was a 64. Was he still in Agamemnon at that point? Let me look it up.
Yeah, I was just gonna have a quick look as well. And then. Trying to think of the other ones.
No, he was using a 74 at a time. Still, let's be honest, he took out an 80 gun and a 112 gun. So, and boarded both of them. So, we can't be too upset with him.
No, and then the other impressive one from the Age of Sail that springs to mind is
yes, it's working.
The one who all the novelists base their stories on. I wish I had a functioning brain. It really would help with this.
You have an MD. That means you had to give up your functioning brain.
No, I don't have an MD. That's a different qualification over here. But different.
In American parlance, you have an MD.
Yeah, in British parlance, that's a postgraduate thing, and I don't have that. Why am I struggling to remember? Is it HMS Speedy? Oh, fraud. No, that wasn't the ship I was thinking of. Thomas Cochrane might have been the person I was thinking of. He did some mad things, didn't he?
I would say, and I am trying to remember the actual the name of the boat he was actually on, but Lieutenant Augustus Agar, using a coastal motorboat, torpedoed a Russian cruiser in 1919. And frankly, if you've ever seen a coastal motorboat and just how small and tiny they are, and the fact that you have to drop the torpedo off the stern and then almost roll it physically to move the boat around, I'd say that's probably pound for pound, probably the most punched above its weight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coastal motorboat kind of pretty much halved its weight when it dropped the torpedo. They were tiny because I think they've got his one in. Displaced 5 tons. A coastal motorboat, according to his Wikipedia page.
But it's stored in Imperial. You can actually go see the boat if you go to Duxford. And I've got a picture of it. I just quickly went and tracked down an image for it and went, oh yeah, we can do that. Because you should know what we're talking about. You should know what we're talking about. And once again, apologies for appearing with milkshake on. This is why I should shave before these videos. I ran out of time today.
The beard is mid-rat storage device.
No, it's not supposed to. It's nice way. This is what we're talking about. The torpedo is launch sternwards. So literally, it's not fired. It's launched, so it'll fire forwards. So you aim the boat at the target you want to go. You want to fire. Then you drop the torpedo off the stern and tilt the boat out the way. And for anyone wondering, these boats usually had about 2 crew who literally are lying on the top. They are, that's often what they are. It could be top to 2-3. And how do I put this politely on their speed? Well, the argument for their speed was they went as fast as you dared them to go. Because whilst they have a single engine,
Oh, you entered that one twice.
you literally gun that engine as hard as you can.
Oh, there's Dragon and Foxo.
We've actually been here about 5 minutes now, but
Yes, but I have to turn my head to see you.
Good evening.
Look, in a nice way. Don't make the old lady turn her head. It's cruel.
Yeah, my neck hurts. My shoulder hurts. My hips hurt.
Your back
My
hurts?
brain hurts. Yes. My back hurts from redacted.
How is that just being old?
I would submit, because we are talking about Royal Navy ships glowworm.
Yes.
I think in a very literal sense, she wins the punch above its weight award.
It has to be her or Eskimo, but the trouble is Eskimo was dealing with 3 German destroyers, so that's really not punching above her weight. That's more punching down, because let's be honest, those destroyers didn't have a chance against her. They took out her bow and then went, "She's not stopped her!"
I'm just trying to think, because...
But now we actually have 2 questions, and so I will while we're still thinking on this one, the 3 of us who were here earlier, Voxo and Dragon, there are some questions for you. Literally, there is the question of...
From Seneca Nero, in the Mass Effect games, you use a ship called Normandy. Do you know the games? And if yes, what would be the historical equivalent to Normandy, both in its capability and role?
And I can't remember Normandy.
Star Cutter and Coast Guard Cutter.
Is she a Coast Guard cutter?
Basically.
Like a modern Coast Guard cutter?
I'd almost say that's generous, though, calling her a Coast Guard cutter. In the first game, her literal whole point is she goes places fast. Preferably without being seen.
Yeah, that's a cutter.
Yep.
Or a skilled class stealth little boat. The just say the coastal motorboat took on a ship that was 1,395 times its weight or displacement.
Yes, I think Lieutenant Augustus Agar and his VC do win that comfortably because of the sheer differential between the two. Oh, God. Also, I'd say he wins it because, let's be honest, who here thinks going into battle, perched on top of your boat, because there's no space for you to tuck yourself in until you've launched the torpedo, in the joyous weather of the Baltic, and you fire the torpedo by letting it roll off the rear and then getting out of its way, and about half your colleagues have roughly been lost to the torpedoes, not even blowing up, just bashing into their ship, the launching vessel on the way past, and knocking them into the sea.
Anyone?
It's just a case of, in every generation they ask, where does the Royal Navy get these insane people from? People who fly into Taranto waist deep in aviation fuel. People who, operate coastal motorboats. And I tell everyone the same thing. Usually they get them from the English countryside, because let's be honest, half the people who live in the English countryside hear those odds and just think, that's a fun game of cricket!
Or they realise they've got to live in the English countryside, which tends to
I'm muted. That's the problem.
stop them. Make them a bit cray-cray.
I'm going to ask a question, which I know is going to get me in trouble, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because that's the kind of mood I'm in. Are there records saying that the Swordfish aircrew were sitting
Yes.
waist deep in avgas?
Yes.
Oh dear God. Your tactics confuse and frighten me, sir.
Pretty much every single observer who was flying in an aircraft which had had a torpedo underneath it, so had to have the internal long-range fuel tank put in, was waist deep in aviation fuel.
So what you're saying is that the internal long-range fuel tank is the observer's seat.
Pretty much. Because the seals...
How did the observers...
It was found that the seals didn't work as well as they were supposed to, because no one had really tested them properly.
How did the observers feel about this development?
They got on with their job and delivered some of the... when you consider the fact the average variance of the aircraft returning, flying out from the carrier, striking Toronto and returning, was less than 3%, i.e. they arrived within less than a 0.3 of a degree of the space where they were supposed to land, where the carrier would be, for them to find the carrier in the dark. Frankly, they are... let me put it this way. I have gone to various schools around the world where they teach this as part of navigation syllabus for observers, and the observers from the Taranto raid are held up as some of the best navigators the world has ever seen. To a man, there is literally a case of looking and going, "Oh my! How the frigate did they do this?" And it's just they were really, really well trained. They were really, 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 really well trained and really knew their stuff. And this is the point I tried to make about the Fleet Air Arm in 1939, 1940. It's probably the most veteran, experienced Fleet Air Arm of any nation in the world, because because of various things, they actually haven't had the same turnover as the U.S. Navy and the IJN have had, because of the way it was structured. So in some ways, the Fleet Air Arm issues with the Air Ministry, etc., actually helped them out, because it trapped people in them for longer. They had they had a huge amount of flying experience. Now, next question, which we did skip over a bit to get to. What if the Polish bear Wojciech and his friends would make a huge breakthrough in a Monte casino, marching all the way to Warsaw before Stalin? How would the Polish state look like after the war?
I need more context for this question.
Okay,
I know who the bear is. I know that much.
If the Poles from Italy, who are fighting in Italy, break through and reach Warsaw before Stalin, how does the Polish state look after the war? That's a scenario where you can go one of two ways. Either they successfully liberate Poland and the Soviets accept it, or the Soviet army marches over that division and wipes them out. In which case, the Allies have to deal with that as an issue.
The one interesting factor is going to be the Poles are not going to have, how shall I phrase this? Mobility issues with once they get to the outskirts of Warsaw, which means the Warsaw Uprising will be more or less successful, instead of a great way for the Soviets to take out one bird and weaken the other with one stone.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have support, but the Soviets are going to be put in a very difficult position.
And likely they're going to have radio and transmission equipment, as well as interlinks with the Western Allies.
Mm-hmm. And the Western Allies will have. I'm assuming the Allies will have carried on the supply chain to them.
Yes, but that's what I'm getting at. But essentially, what I'm saying is, if they're able to do this, it's going to complicate the international relations for Moscow greatly. Now, is Stalin going to care about that? No idea. But you could almost see a possible Berlin enclave type situation with Warsaw.
Potentially.
Where the Polish forces run Warsaw and the Soviet forces run Poland.
Oh, some potential issues. What the friggin' are you after, poodle?
Your soul.
Probably knowing him.
Or biscuits.
Why not both?
Always biscuits.
Mm.
I am just remembering exactly when the bomb tests happened.
Oh, they did. They were.
That was May,
P5.
right? May, April?
that was July 1945. So that's too late
Yeah.
to help us. But you will know that's not far away.
Well, yeah, because the Soviets have. Didn't the Soviets have fairly decent penetration into the Manhattan Project?
No, they had
They had what they thought was fairly decent
Yes.
penetration into the Manhattan Project, but the British were being British.
It's kind of like the Enigma program. The British have a policy of sometimes there was a serious ring, which was a problem, but the British also had so many disinformation programs going around Enigma and the nuclear program to feed the Soviets information. I'm not sure if the British knew exactly how much the Soviets knew.
What is it with your tea-soaked, depression-fueled island that's like, let me run all the world's intelligence services for them?
Get bored.
Yeah.
Why? Why are you like this? You could be any other way, and yet you deliberately choose to be this way.
You know what's worse? They're now bringing in things
What?
like drones so that we can't actually man our own coastal motorboats. It's just terrible. They're taking all the fun out of it.
You realize that there's probably going to be some chief somewhere that's like, how do I retrofit human controls onto this thing?
You think there's only one chief?
How do I retrofit? Listen, I know for a fact there's at least one. Anything more than that, we get deeper and deeper into speculation. Even though it's a very sure thing, we still get deeper and deeper into speculation. So, if I say there's just one, I know I'm right. And that's the most important thing for me, being right all the time.
Okay.
For legal purposes, that is a joke.
Yeah, but basically,
If no other reason than I'm in a call with Foxo.
It's going to be a nightmare, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The state will go one of two ways. It will either be you end up with a free Poland in the middle of the Warsaw Pact, which just can be confusing, or you see the other scenario you have, and this is going to sound strange, but if the Polish and the West are getting this far up that quickly on one side and they're on the other side, Germany might just surrender, or rather the forces in Germany might just surrender to the Western Allies to stop the Soviets coming into Germany, in which case the Western Allies get to claim they conquered the whole of Germany, in which case you end up with a scenario whereby instead of Berlin, Berlin will probably still be a divided enclave in the middle of the Soviet sector, but the Soviet sector will be a Berlin in the middle of a whole, in the middle of nations which have been liberated by the Western democracies.
What you could see is another, what was it? Tito was Czechoslovakia, right?
Yeah.
You could see another Tito situation.
Yugoslavia.
Not Czechoslovakia. Yugoslavia.
Oh.
Sorry.
You could see another situation like you see with Tito, where Moscow is trying to have undue influence on the inner workings of Poland, and Poland has enough ability just to say no.
Which could be an interesting.
I mean, interesting is a word you could use.
Yeah, we'll go with interesting.
I think most likely scenarios you end up with them with the Soviets trying to wipe it out by claiming they've turned fascist or something.
Yeah, that also sounds horrifically plausible.
Yeah, but
And-
is anybody going to buy that?
No, but the thing is, it's going to be a case of, is it going to be pushed out strong enough that the Western Allies have problems in telling people at home? Or is it not, in which case, what do the Western Allies do about it? Do they drop bombs on Russia? No. What do you do?
Thank you, Stafford. We've gotten that British torpedoes question before.
We have, but it's a good one.
That's a good one. Next question, which is definitely one for Foxo actually to take a lead on. What if the P-61 Black Widow was developed earlier so it could be in service by December 1941?
Oh. That. I need to check what engine it's got.
I have a soft spot for the Black Widow.
Pratt & Whitney R2800 65W double wasp.
It's not
Right.
It's not out of the bounds of possibility, but it's going to be difficult.
That's. Oh.
Well, the double wasp was first flown 1940, so it's doable.
Yeah.
And its first ran 37, so
The biggest issue is going to be the radar and night fighting equipment.
Oh yeah.
The biggest thing will be it's a night flyer, and it's not the best when it comes to actually fighting as a heavy fighter, but it's a very long-ranged heavy fighter.
Oh yes.
Like, that is an aircraft that can punch deep into Germany. Then again, it's not really. I suppose the biggest thing would be in the Pacific having a lot longer range scouting from islands. And if you can increase the air cover from the Pacific Islands.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. It can't have that much of. Oh no, I lie. It's going to depend upon how quickly they can flex them out to Australia.
Yeah.
Because if they can't get them out to Australia, then it's going to follow the same timetable as the Lightning does.
The other interesting thing is, if you did actually have some in 1941 operating from Pearl Harbor doing night reconnaissance missions around Pearl Harbor, they might actually spot the carriers, considering their operational range.
Yeah, these are very long range and quite capable fighters for their time.
So it's one of the if you have them operating from doing night patrols around Pearl, they could spot the carriers before they get in range to launch, and that gives you a few hours warning of what's coming.
Yeah, but it would also be these aircraft, if they find the carriers and the carriers start sortying, they're actual capable of engaging other aircraft effectively.
Oh yeah.
And at this point in the war, airspeeds are such that if they boom and zoom, which they probably will be trained to do because that's how they're designed to fight, there's very little that IJN can actually do against them. Just looking at it.
You know, if I was going to stay in this house, I would add another leg to this desk,
That'd be suitable.
and then I'd have a U-shaped desk.
Sounds good. Also sounds like you're building your lair. Now, Hendrik Bofa, in relation to the waterline, what would the centre of mass for 1,100 metric ton standard space destroyer need to be approximately? What would the centre of mass need to be? Well, it's probably going to be
centre
of mass, centre of gravity. It depends on your hull shaping and design. Have you gone for a narrow, fast attack destroyer, or have you gone for a more stable cruising destroyer profile? What kind of have you gone for a V-shaped hull? Have you gone for a U-shaped hull? Or have you gone for something which planes in between the two? Hendrik, I would love to say there is a rule of thumb here for what you should be looking at, but Realistically, you want the center of mass. That's going to give you the center of mass is going to give you a pivot point for how you start behaving in the water. So you ideally don't want it too low. You don't want it too high, so you're top heavy, but you don't want it too low. Because you think about it, if you put your center of mass too low, you do that because you're moving around this pivot point. If it's too high, you're doing this. That's problematic for you as well for stability. You want it to be around here, so it's more stable. So you want it to be in roughly a point of. So you want it to be at what's called a point, sometimes called a point of stability on your hull, which gives you the shortest moment you can achieve in your hull. Now, it's very rare you'll get it precisely at those points, and so there's no real rule of thumb in terms of height. We want it to be this high out of water, etc. And those things. What you're looking at is for the point of the position which is going to give you the shortest moment, i.e. the shortest span of movement. Okay. So usually think about the hull you're looking at, the design you're looking at, and honestly, this is what me and Drac would do, because, well, Drac's a civil engineer, I'm a naval historian. We know the equations, we know the formula. He has the engineering background that helps him with that, and I have the family background which helps me with mine. So we can look at it, and we will be looking for, if we talk about a ship as having stability issues, that's usually because where we roughly calculate the center of moment should be at the center, where the center of gravity is, the center of mass is, and those differentials are spaced out from where that position of stability, which would give you the minimum moment, is. The further they are away from that point, the more you're going to have a problem. Okay.
Can I give a joke answer?
You can give a joke answer.
The Imperial Japanese Navy finds your lack of faith in their ability to use superior will and faith in the Emperor to overcome any such problems. Also, do not ask them about the Fourth Fleet.
It's always why would anyone worry about the Fourth Fleet? They're just, they're just being picky. Is he going to say you don't want your ships to be covered in water and unable to operate their weaponry?
I mean, I want my enemy ships to not be covered in water and unable to operate their weaponry.
The torpedo boats wish to join the submarine arm.
Jonathan Moon, don't think this was discussed. What if Nelson had realised he'd beaten the French to Alexandra and laid an ambush? Then that's that's a daytime version of the night attack, and that could give the French the chance to actually do some fighting. But it would also take. The trouble is, any of this fighting, even if it was a night or if it was before the French reach Alexandria, then they are going to be in the trouble of being loaded down with troops and for protecting a convoy of merchant ships. And Nelson has just enough 74s that he can detail one off to go and hunt through the convoy. And if you remember from the video about what happened to the frigate which tried to engage a 74, imagine what happens to a merchant ship which tries to engage a 74. One salvo wipes out a frigate. One salvo from a 74 can massacre a couple of merchant ships.
Yeah. It is not good for the long-term existence of said ships, would be my guess.
No.
They will.
And the trouble is, for the...
Did we lose Dr. Clarke?
No, I put a Twix in quickly and it took too long to eat. It was only a baby Twix as well. I was given these in order to finish them off, because apparently they are, my mum and sister keep finishing them off, and it's doing them terribly, and they went, it's your cheat day, isn't it? I went, yes. Finish these off before we eat them. So I'm quickly finishing them off so they can't get them back. But I'm being a good son / brother. But the trouble is, for the French, if they don't concentrate in line of battle to fight Nelson, they have no chance of fighting Nelson. But if they concentrate in line of battle, then he has enough ships that he can detail off a 74 and a couple of frigates to go hunting into that into that convoy. And that's a problem. That if they want to defend the convoy, then they have to split up into small packets to defend all the angles of the convoy. And if they do that, then Nelson just keeps his fleet together and attacks one of the corners, or one of the smaller forces, wipes it out, and moves into the convoy in detail. So either way, they're in trouble if they find him in a daylight battle, but in a nighttime battle, it's worse. As in a nighttime battle, knowing Nelson, he probably holds his fire until he's quite literally looking in the windows at the sleeping French officers and going, "Wakey, wakey!"
Peekaboo!
In the most twisted clown costume you have ever seen, probably knowing Nelson.
No, he will be in the full bling of war.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, how else will people know that they are facing Horatio Nelson and whatever list of titles he had at that point? I'm just slightly surprised that at this sort of stage, the senior officers didn't hoist flag, didn't have their flag lieutenants hoist signal flags stating who they were and their list of achievements and things, as they were kind of sailing into battle at 3 miles an hour.
Don't joke.
And we have plenty of time to do that.
Don't joke. If he thought he could have done, he would have done. Nice to get everyone. Yeah. Thanks, Knight. I don't think that we can tell you come loaded up with questions. We're looking forward to them.
Yay! Because I remember Mike was saying he'd had problems and couldn't access them the other day.
John UK, the Normandy we were talking about earlier is the Normandy from Mass Effect, not the French battleship.
Oh, good. This question came up. Can I take a stab at it?
Yep.
Knight6831. How can you tell when I've come up with a loaded question? Non-what-if question for tonight, as I've been wondering on that since you brought it up weeks back. When I was in college, the textbook example of a loaded question is, when did you stop beating your wife? Because if you say, I haven't, well, that implies that you still beat your wife. Well, if you've never beaten your wife to begin with, now you've given whoever's listening the impression that you beat your wife. If you say, I stopped beating my wife yesterday, that implies before yesterday you were beating your wife. So when you read a question and it's...
Your literal only answer to that situation is, I've never done so.
Yeah.
And even that can say, I've never stopped, never started. The other question, the response you can give is, I never started.
Yeah, but most people get their hackles up when they hear that question because it is a very...
it's a loaded
what's
question.
A good phrasing?
It's a very
it's a very accusatory question. Accusatory questions are not always loaded questions, but they very often are.
I used to use it occasionally for teaching, but also I have to admit I also have therefore thought through the options of saying out it, and sort of I never did mine, I did yours was not considered a good option as an answer to give back to that question. Also, I never did mine, I did yours, but she liked it was also considered a bad response to that question. But to be fair, when I was coming up with those responses, it was mostly because the person who was running the course was someone who I personally found very, very annoying, and I wished to wind them up quite dramatically.
You were
Even though at
selling
that point,
boy. No, it's not if you were selling a boy.
yeah. Now, Boneball, did the Royal Navy plan to use aerial mines in their planned operations against enemy fleets in port? If so, when was this introduced? They started using aerial mines quite early on. Aerial mines are a part of the Royal Navy's arsenal from pretty much the end of World War One onwards, and it's always something which they're including in operations. Again, there is a possibility, I talked about this before, that if you have a lot more swordfish involved in Taranto, some of them could have come loaded to bear with mines.
I'm still disappointed that they didn't get the RAF to just come along with a load of Wellingtons a bit later on to just mine the entrance to the port of Taranto.
If they thought they could have coordinated the RAF to do it, they would have done so. As always, they had a hard enough time getting the RAF to do their reconnaissance on schedule.
I mean, we're asking the RAF to hit the Mediterranean Sea. They can probably hit it with the levels of accuracy they were achieving with their bombers at that sort of stage.
They get there. They get there.
Doc, do you have something against the RAF in World War II?
Yeah.
No. Day. And started on the 1st of April 1918.
It's fun times.
I wish I had contact layout fluid. That would make my life so much easier right now.
Seneca Nero, what is the worst description of naval warfare in media, in your opinion? What is the worst description of naval warfare in media, in your opinion? Okay, you have to remember that I regularly decide to black out these thoughts from my mind and wipe them from my mind to just give myself less stress in life, because it makes me remember just how ill-informed some people are out there. But I think the sheer amount of variations of usually whenever someone goes in and says we don't need this piece of kit anymore to naval warfare is usually a good harbinger that very shortly something will happen which shows we absolutely do need that piece of kit. Absolutely do. The classic example is currently we have a lot of discussion that's going on about surface ships and aircraft carriers and these things, and the fact is there's a lot of things you can do with a submarine. There's also a lot of things you can't. There's a lot of things you can't do with a submarine. And especially when it comes to conflict management deterrence. When it comes to escorting convoys. When it comes to actually making use of the sea. A submarine is such a good piece of sea denial. It's such a good strike tool that people can start confusing it for being a methodology of sea control and usage of the sea when it's not. A submarine is a tool of sea denial. It's not a tool of sea control. It denies people the access to use the surface of the sea. It can do. It's like a minefield. But the thing is, it doesn't allow you to control the sea. It doesn't allow you to control the area around it. It doesn't allow you to make use of the sea for sending it through convoys and of merchant ships or amphibious ships or all those sort of things you need to send through the sea. Because it can't escort them. It can't defend them against air threats. It can defend them against submarine threats. Yeah, that's great. And potentially against surface threats. But again, it's going to depend on where those surface threats are. Because if they're using, I don't know, the new Japanese missile is the P-17, I think it is, isn't it? The P-17? The new one, or is it the J... Oh, look it up, the new Japanese missile. That's got a range of roughly 500 kilometers. Yeah, Type 17. Type 17. Anti-ship missiles. Range of 500 kilometers. A submarine cannot sweep 500 kilometers for surface threats. So
Dr.
that's
Clarke,
what you
sorry.
need the aircraft for. That's what you need the other things for. Yeah.
Dr. Clarke, are you suggesting that a merchant hull is not going to be stealthy and that a military force could potentially detect them at a range of 500 kilometers?
I'm saying I'd be awfully surprised if they move within 1,000 kilometers of a warship and didn't get detected. I trust most radar limitations about as far as I can throw them, especially when you look at how much power goes through them versus how much power used to go through radar sets, and when we know how much. Yes, I realise it's not a direct line; it's a proportion of power output to range. I realise it's not a nice straight line, but yeah.
I mean, it's now not just I can make this helicopter pilot who displeases me not have children. It's now would anyone like Crispy Fried's helicopter aircrew?
Yeah. And yeah, Rob Crane, that's a good one from today. Yes, the report that the Royal Navy has now allows people to try to perish him more than once, and has done for the last 13 years. It seems sensible to me. The Perisher used to be a one and done when the Royal Navy was a lot bigger and they had a lot more mass to go through it. Now you don't have the same amount of mass going through. And also you have to remember that it used to be if an officer failed the Perisher, they left the service. That's rather a big loss for the Royal Navy. They're not necessarily can afford.
Also,
they can't necessarily afford that as well. The same size, the size they are. They don't necessarily, and especially when you consider how qualified and how well trained you have to be a nuclear engineering, etc., for nuclear submarines. And so they do allow them to. I think they're allowed to do it a second time. I think it's similar rules to the SAS course or the SBS course. You're allowed to do it twice. If you fail once, okay. Everyone has an off day sometimes, and let's be honest. The Perisher course is a pass or fail. So there are some, believe it or not, and I know this from having studied a bit and talked about it with people over the years. There are some things on a Perisher course, again like the SAS, SBS, where if you fail, you don't get a second chance because you've fudged up that big. But there are other ones where we'll give you another chance. Because what you fudged up on, you failed the course, but let's be honest, what you fudged up on was something which, frankly, oh, frig it. You do it once in your life, you're never going to do that again, are you? If I remember correctly, one person once failed the Perisher course because they fell down a ladder while on the course.
Yeah.
So they failed it. And you sit there and go, okay, they've been operating in submarines by that point for 15 years. They'd never before fallen down a ladder before. They probably won't ever fall down one since. They've just failed the course. That's a waste of all that training for that. As Leslie says, you only get the second attempt if you show you have the right stuff. Yes, basically it's a case of we'll give you a second attempt if we think you honestly didn't fail because you were an idiot.
Yeah, as a layman, I can't imagine the why you failed not being the primary determinant on whether or not you're accepted back in.
Yeah. And that's it. It used to be, the Perisher course was in such demand, they had so many people going through it, they didn't need to worry about that. They didn't need to worry about numbers, they didn't need to give people a second chance. So they could afford to aim for perfection, only perfection. But let's be honest, also, that was found to create a culture which they weren't sure they were necessarily keen on in the submarine service. Because if there's no second chance, if people have no second chances in their course to become commander of a ship, to become captain of a submarine, they might start not giving second chances to those people below them. And the thing is, again, especially while people are learning, they often do need a second chance. They often do need a chance to learn from a mistake they're going to make, and they need to make a judgment based on how severe was that mistake. Was it an unforgivable mistake, or was it a, oh, don't be stupid next time mistake? What was it? And so this is one of the reasons why you do change those courses, because you go, hang on, this has had this unfortunate, this cultural impact within our force structure. That's not something we want. And
also, you can do everything right and still not be successful.
yes. And there's, you sit there and people were someone was talking about this to me, with me today, because of the newspaper article, and I was going, yeah, you do realise that if we held the destroyer commanders of World War II and several of our senior officers in World War II to this same standard, they wouldn't have been in the service. Why? Because it's practically a badge of honour in the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s to have crashed your destroyer at least once. Because you're expected to be aggressive and push the envelope. And when you're aggressive and push the envelope, mistakes are going to get made. And occasionally a destroyer's going to get bashed.
Only lightly bashed. I mean,
But
we're not talking
if-
Honda
Cunningham
points.
wrote one off!
But if you're
Vian wrote
if
two,
you're
sent
Vian,
two off to the blooming yard to get fixed. They had to rebuild the nose on one of them.
if you're Vian and you ground a destroyer during exercises, that's one thing. If you're Vian and you ground a destroyer when bringing it into a friendly port, that's a different thing.
Oh, he did that once, but he was racing the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief was in their battleship, so they gave him a pass because they were racing.
Oops.
The Warspite.
Of course, I picked the one who actually did it. Of course, I did.
Vian was racing Warspite. The CNC was in Warspite, and Vian was in his destroyer, and they were racing into harbour to see who would get the prime position in harbour.
I now have
deeply wrong with Royal Navy destroyer captains.
I now have visions of the destroyer just coming up to a wharf which was supposed to go alongside at kind of 90 degrees, and instead just hitting it bow first, rising up, going over just to reach the pub because the crew want to get to the pub first.
Actually, was doing a sort of. He was turning. He managed to bash the front part because he judged the turn late, because he was doing a rapid. What was called a. The Royal Navy termed a rapid docking maneuver. Basically, he was doing. How do I describe it really?
He was drifting a multi-thousand-ton destroyer.
Yes, he was. I was trying to think of a better word to use to describe than drifting, because drifting in naval parlance can have a different tone, but literally, he was drifting a destroyer.
You heard the dunk, 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 dunk.
In nicest way, the Royal Navy destroyers were the original Fast and Furious. They make Vin Diesel look like a safe driver. They would literally be looking at his driving skills and going, he has no heart. He has no aggression. Does it really count if you're not going toe-to-toe with something which is 40 times your weight? You know.
And then I have visions of Augusta Sagar walking in with his VC and just quietly going...
Yeah. Oh, don't get me started.
You're only going up against something 35 times your size.
Yes.
My.
Yes.
How cautious of you. How cautious of you in your little destroyer going up against the Bismarck.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll excuse me, apparently,
Well, you do know what he got up to in the Second World War, don't you? Augustus Agar got up to in the Second World War. He was
I actually can't remember.
He was the guy transporting gold. He took gold from. He was in charge of transporting the gold. The Royal Navy wanted to make sure the gold got to Halifax.
I'm trying to remember what else he got up.
He was aboard Dorsetshire when she was sunk by the Japanese. He suffered an air embolism when he was drunk. He was dragged down by her, but actually survived and came up. And that was what those injuries from that were what stopped his further seagoing duty. But still, he complained about this. And he, instead of doing a proper retire, he went and completed the building and supervision of HMS Unicorn, and managed to avoid being put on the retired list till 1943. And then he got command of the Royal Navy College in Greenwich. He's written some books, by the way. I have read his books. Footprints in the Sea and Baltic episode. They are really good. But when you look up the actual description of his events, you do realise that this man has a flair for understatement. Beyond belief. Was he called Lucky? No, I don't think he was called Lucky. He was a Royal Navy lieutenant. He was called Agar. I guess that was his name. Lieutenant Augustus Agar, later on going up to full captain. But imagine having him as... He was in charge of officer training during World War II for the Royal Navy at Greenwich College. So imagine the young officers coming out and being face to face with him as their president walking around. A guy who survived his ship being sunk but had an air embolism because of it, and a VC from doing what he'd done in a coastal motorboat in World War One. It's kind of a case of that's what we have to live up to. That living embodiment of, yeah, all right. Waiting to order science technology. Is Signe Mallory of ESS Norway the greatest warship captain of all time?
Greatest of all time is a very malleable statement that could be debated endlessly.
Yeah.
It's usually better to say greatest destroyer captain, greatest small ship tactics, small force tactics, large force tactics, large ship tactics.
Also, isn't she one from a science fiction? One of the sci-fis? I'm trying to remember. Is it the Alliance Union sci-fi series?
I don't know it at all, and Google is
the name
struggling with this one.
The name reminded me of something.
Yeah, Alliance Union. I don't know what this is.
I'm sorry. As good as she is,
The Normandy and its riderships.
I'm sorry. Yeah, as good as she is, and good as she is, I think I would go with Henry Wong.
Quite possibly why I've never heard of it. She's from a science fiction novel published in 1981.
So everyone will be able to remember it.
See, if we're going with science fiction captains, I think I have to give it to Swamp Fox, Max Robichaux. I think he's full commander. Of course, the author has since done the very aggravating thing of dying.
They do that occasionally.
Which is
Not
just-
not on a Harrington. Honor Harrington. However you're supposed to say it. Hornblower in space.
Yeah. Right. Next, next question.
Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Richard Gus. Dreadnoughts. Could one of the German High Seas fleet in Scarpa be refloated still? And if, for instance, it was done in the 80s, how much material better condition would she be in? Honestly,
70 years in salt water.
I think they all got all the one. Let's see.
There's at least 4 dreadnoughts left.
There are. I don't think any of them are in good
That were
condition,
left
and I don't think any of them
Yeah.
would you want to lift out in the 80s either. They're almost until we've got a lot better at treatment of hulls. You almost don't want to bring them into the oxygen until you've got better treatment of them, because below water, yeah, they're in a saltwater solution, which means they've got an acid erosion happening all the time. But it's still better than the oxidational erosion that can happen once they're above surface if they're not properly treated. So they're too deep at the moment. I'm fairly certain to be recovered, because otherwise they'd have been scrapped. But there are options. You could probably do it with. Well, these days, if I was going to do it, I'd probably be using RVs and potentially flotation bags to lift them up. They are some of the few ricks I would actually consider lifting up, because they are not war graves.
I thought they were classed as them now.
Don't think so.
No, because no one died on them.
But I thought they were still considered war graves as part of basically the sailors who died on both sides.
A war grave is a very specific designation. It can be a war memorial, but not be a war grave. A war grave is a specific definition under the maritime sort of rules of the sea.
Because the only thing you'd really want to bring one up for now is for the steel.
Yeah.
And even then,
They are classified as historic monuments and war memorials, which allow divers to visit them, but they are not classified as a war grave. I've looked up the technical rules around them. Yeah.
and a lot of the reason why pre-nuclear steel is valuable has been nullified by the fact that now our computers are good enough that we can just adjust the background with modern steel, and on top of that, because of the atmospheric test bans, there's not that much radiation that gets cooked into the steel anyway.
Yes. Sorry, I was saying yes to you while I was also patting the poodle, so my voice did something weird then. Michael Cooch, you can take one historical.
Is a good boy, and Runon is a good girl.
Yes, Michael Cooch, you can.
You got Dan being a drug dealer again.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Cooch, you can take one historical figure and have 2 hours in discussion with them on the topics of your choice. Who do you pick and what do you discuss? Oh, good lord. Oh, who do I pick? I'll let everyone else go first, so I'll start off with Foxo.
I just need to find out which Louis he is.
Yeah, Dave, I may not have communicated that. Okay, there you go. I'm like, yeah, Dave, I just said that. And then Dave's like, dang it, latency.
Oh, that's fun. Oh. There is now a race.
Well, I do have a-
there is now a race going on between Runon and Dave, where one can speak it before the other one types in the chat.
I do have a really good. I do have what I feel is a good answer for Paul's routine question this week.
Oh, lovely.
Also, speaking of Paul, I don't know if his comment, the old girl didn't change into Dr. Clarke, so not certain how he means that.
Oh, we'll find out in a second.
You find it, Foxo?
Yes.
Better luck next time, Dave.
So, King Louis the Ninth of France, circa 1440,
Yeah.
and the conversation would be including a discussion with the business end of a 12 gauge.
Okay.
That's not a conversation. That's an execution.
That's a conversation if you're British.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, English at that time.
Yes. Let's see. Dragon.
A bit of a boring one, but one I actually would be interested in is Oda Nobunaga.
Okay.
What what actually his plans and reasonings were, and also were some of the tactics that he apparently invented, were they something he's actually done, or was this thing trying to clarify some of the myths and such around them?
Tempting. Alright. Next one, Dan.
I have 3 thoughts, I guess. Willis Lee, just before he died, just to find out more about his thoughts on everything. Henderson, because I'd like to know what he thought of what happened with all his ships, if you told him. And then I cannot remember and Bertram Ramsay, who also died without kind of leaving memoirs or anything. Because they're recent enough that it would be really interesting to be able to then fit stuff in. I mean, almost anyone from more than a few generations ago, it's just going to be fascinating just to go, what was life like?
Yeah.
But for them, I think it's more kind of people who were fairly key figures in the war, and we don't know what their thoughts would be on it all. Because I'm not going to take the 12 gauge shotgun approach, despite the number of people that would be very nice to do too.
Well, yes, that would violate your Hippocratic oath.
The healing's more rewarding the harming.
It depends. If he makes sure he kills them in one shot, then he doesn't have to treat them because they can't be treated. They're dead.
Is it?
Or I could treat them with the medicine of the time, which in many cases will merely accelerate their demise.
Can't you just claim triage? It's not.
Right. Runon.
Okay, so if I can have a totally candid, no holds barred question with somebody, in other words, they are going to give the honest truth as they know it answer to any questions I ask. MacArthur and the events of December 8th 1941, and following retreat, if it is even worthy of that term, to Bataan. Or Yamanoto.
Yamamoto?
Yamamoto.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I know how I pronounce this, and don't think that's it.
Okay.
My problem is this one I keep on reading and then actually saying it.
Yeah,
and
you read it
also
one way.
Tomato.
You read it one way and you say it the other.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to see, I feel like there's a lot of historical noise around that man,
Yes.
and I'd like to cut some of that noise if I could. If it's just a, normal quote unquote conversation, Patton or Eisenhower.
I'd prefer Patton sounds like he really was weird.
Yeah, he's going to be fun to have a chat
Patton.
with.
Yeah,
And also
Patton was either
raising
very,
up-
very weird or playing a role.
Also, you have to remember.
No, the anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Also, you have to remember a lot of the stuff that's been remembered of him comes from Bradley's side and Bradley's staff, who really didn't like him and felt he overshone their leader, and a lot of the stuff gets overblown.
But then also why Fate who basically invented a lot of the memoirs.
Yes.
Which doesn't help.
Kenneth Falaka. Yamamoto is one of those words it's difficult to know when to stop spelling.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh.
Banana na 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 na.
Okay, so mine. Well, Henderson goes without saying, of course, because of the various reasons stands out mine. But if I was going to, the others, I'd be Henry of Navarre, Henry V of France, mainly because I'd love to learn if Paris really was worth a mass. Actually, it's Henry IV, isn't it? Henry V or Henry IV? If Paris really was worth a mass. Fourth, yes. So, but for some reason, I was thinking Henry IV was the navigator.
No, that is Henry IV, I think, but it's a different. That's Henry IV of Portugal.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm getting confused because I was getting my Henry IV confused.
It's also as opposed to either Henry IV Part 1 or Henry IV Part 2, who was Shakespeare.
Yeah, don't get me started on that one. So Henry IV of France to ask him if Paris really was worth a mass, and Togo Hayachiro because. Well, I'd like to learn why he, despite all the stuff he did, he accepted a scenario whereby the Navy and the Army were equal in Japan, when quite obviously the Navy should be in charge as they were an island nation. And he was the one who could have pushed for it more. He probably was worrying about the fact that it could have been a civil war, but I still like to find out why. Why he didn't push for more.
Because he's not a poodle.
Oh, a poodle will tell you always push for more.
Sure? Are you exactly certain about that one? Much of the behaviour could be consistent.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, was there ever any famous pirate ships, crews, or privateers from Spain? Yes. There were some interesting Spanish privateers. You will be looking at, well, how to say this? They're usually called Guarda Costa, occasionally in their sort of history. But there was a general called Francisco Mendez, who was a Spanish privateer. He was also a African gentleman, and I'm talking from South Sahara Africa, who basically escaped from being a slave, and then helped slaves gain their freedom in Spanish Florida, and doing various things. And he was actually the leader of Fort Mose, which was the first African settlement in North America. There are a few others as well. There's Juan Garcia, who was quite a famous one in the 17th century. And there's Agustina Blanco, who was a Spanish privateer who was active in the Caribbean. There are a few. We answered that one, Jonathan Moon. Bone Boy. Okay. Bone Boy, how large... Yeah, we found something. How large would the raid on Taranto have been had to be for some aircraft, as human mines were available, to have dropped in the air mines in entrances to the harbour? Honestly, in the discussion where I've got a video coming where I talk about 4 carrier raid on Taranto, there was part of my mind which was going, well, would they load some of the aircraft instead of with bombs with mines? I haven't included it in the video because I didn't want to add a whole nother layer of discussion. Mainly because I thought that I've done enough discussion by adding this in and showing exactly what this point is. But yeah, it's a case of it's a high likelihood that if they'd had 2 or 3 if they'd had enough aircraft for 3 waves, it's very likely the 3rd wave includes some aircraft which are no longer carrying bombs, are carrying mines. It's highly likely.
I mean, given how relative, word thing, what I can't remember off the top of my head is quite how much the naval mines weighed, because I think they normally only carried 1 or 2 under a swordfish.
Yeah.
But given the issues they had with the bombs they used against the ships, as opposed to potentially against the oil refueling things, one wonders if they might have done better with the other bits.
Probably. It's one of the interesting things is that the system, the way they're illuminating themselves helps the torpedo attack. It actually hinders lining up for the bombing run. Because you think about it, when they're dropping the flares are positioned, let's say, over here. You're coming in from here with the torpedoes, and that allows you to line up, right? And you can see, because the flares are being behind the target. If you're doing a bombing run, and they were doing mostly a dive bomb profile of a sort of, not necessarily a proper dive, but they were doing, the Swordfish could do a dive, but its basic dive was so slow, it was pretty much a helicopter, okay? So, before people get into it, Swordfish technically was capable to be a dive bomber, it's just it dived so slowly, it didn't really help. But we'll leave that to one side. But the thing is, at that point, then you've got that same flare. If you're coming in, that flare is actually between you, and is a light source between you and your target. And it's only once you drop below it you can actually really fix on target properly, because it's so bright. And that's the issue. The actual flare system actually works against bombers, and they knew it did. The main reason they're doing the bombing is targets of opportunity, and to spread out the damage. In fact, in some ways, the bombing is... How do I put this? It's more about distracting the air defenders and making them focus in on something else, so they're not focusing in on torpedo bombers. It's about giving them something else to focus on, because the other thing was, if you're out here in the darkness, you're far harder to see than that aircraft coming in over the top with the flares. So you're all focusing up on there, and so you're missing the torpedo bombers. And that, a fair number of bomb pilots did understand that they were running a far higher risk, theoretically, than their torpedo counterparts in that scenario.
And also, even if you drop a limited number of mines in Taranto Harbor, it's going to increase the amount of time before the base is operational again. Because now you have to go and
Sweep everywhere just in case.
Sweep everything, and after you've had a surprise attack that's theoretically not possible, that has worked over your battle line, do you really want to be the guy who signs off on a quote-unquote good enough mine-sweeping pass of the harbor, only to have any vessel hit a British mine?
Yes, and the thing is, there could be a lot. You could have dropped you are probably going to have the mines going off while you're trying the recovery program, and that might actually cause more damage as well, because you might actually lose assets which you'd be using as part of the recovery of the vessels. So a floating crane or something.
And,
it's problematic.
And nobody's really going to know how many mines you drop, because everybody's going to be too focused on the bombers of various.
Oh yeah, you have to remember that the Italians thought the Royal Navy had launched twice as many aircraft than they had actually done. They were certain the Royal Navy had launched far more.
At Loki's Children, I'm going to prompt the bot to give a list of commands to get a question. So just keep an eye out for that. Yeah, Raptor Rat. It's the old trick of releasing 3 pigs numbered 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Or, well, 4 pigs.
Oh, no. You do use 1, 2, 4, and 5, and you paint them different numbers on each side.
Food.
But then once you catch the pigs, though, that kind of undoes your...
Does it? Because the other option,
if one pig is numbered 1, 2...
They might be number 12, they might be number 24, might be number 35. You can do all sorts of things. Yes?
Why do I feel like you've done this?
You suggested that I would ever release pig. He has had a full pot today, but he might want another one. That might be why I was being so quite so
I am
harassed.
suggesting that under certain circumstances, you might be inclined to release semi-docile livestock in a out-of-context problem as a prank and distraction.
Look, I may have a ongoing friendship with some Jersey cows, which means that they will quite happily wander after me when I open a gate, so I don't need to herd them, and I can do it quietly and move them from field to field, so that when my cousin wakes up in the morning, that his jerseys aren't in the field they're supposed to be. But are you suggesting I would do something so cruel as to repaint their numbers? That'd be evil.
Yes, actually, I am. In the nicest way, Dr. Clarke, while you can be a quite kind and supportive individual, I would definitely not want to engage in a prank war with you under any circumstances. I think the only person who would be worse to engage in a prank war with is Leslie.
You know, the saddest thing is, the shipshape crew have banned me and Drac from starting another prank war because apparently of collateral damage.
No, the he fish, what you do is you make like 80% of the cups half full, and then you make some of them empty and some of them full to the brim. And you just, randomly distribute them amount mass. So this way, the teacher, whoever's doing cleanup duty, gets in the habit of the cups being a certain weight and water volume. And then when they pick up that really full or flat empty cup, it screws up their coordination, and they usually spill it, or they fling it, or they spill something else.
Right. Just cruelty. Can't do a prank war anymore because it's too much collateral damage.
Which makes me wonder exactly what did you do that caused any level of collateral damage.
Well, me and Drac are now
These are people
banned
who will climb. These
by
are people
Shipshape.
that will get. I just want you to remind you, they will climb anything on a ship, museum ship, unless a chief says no.
Explicitly no, remember. If they haven't said no prior to us getting there, that they haven't said no already, that means they haven't yet. We've got de facto permission until they say otherwise.
Bear in mind, we met the chief, the sort of chief who has that sort of insight. And despite being retired and now driving a
Ford Mustang.
red Corvette, wasn't it?
Mustang,
sorry. I strongly suspect he still has substantially more power than almost anyone with a commission in the Canadian Navy. And he was very cool.
He was cool. He was also a man who managed to get the swankiest pub, which we had been told was too busy to host us for any dinner that evening. He makes one phone call. We've got the prime table in the room.
Yeah. And
him and his guests. It's just hello.
It was also some of the senior officers when we were chatting about troubles that we'd heard about hanging out with him, and then it said, "Oh yeah," and Chief knows about it, and they're like, "Oh, kind of, to some extent, okay, A, we don't need to do quite so much about it because somebody good is dealing with it, and B, it did leave me feeling a bit sorry for whoever was being dealt with because
it did apparently solve some problems for Hyder.
He'd solved problems for Hyder. He solved problems for most of the Canadian East Coast fleet by virtue of taking people who were slightly troubled souls from the ships when they were in Halifax, getting them detached to do, bits of work on Sackville, and whilst there could counsel them. Basically, they could get a council of retired chiefs to actually help them to work out what the problems were and how to fix them.
Yes. And it was quite a scary, nicest way. When you see that many senior chief petty officers together as a group, you suddenly start to realise what Admiral's nightmares are made of. Right. Castaner.
You suddenly start going...
Okay, so, sorry, before we touch into Castanea's question, what happens if you're a 3-star and you walk into your stateroom and you find every chief of the boat in your stateroom of your task force waiting for you?
You're about to have a long conversation and you better sit down and prepare to be given us some alcohol.
Yeah, you ask them if they've left any of your second best alcohol for you so that you can have a drink because you're going to need it after whatever they're going to tell you.
Yes. Second best, and probably your fourth best. Let's be honest. If you got that many chiefs in your room, it's probably fourth best.
Yeah, they'll have got. Yeah, but whatever the problem is, it will be so damn serious. You will be taking it so seriously. Because this is how you avoid a mutiny along the lines of the Invergordon mutiny.
Yes, which remember the Invergordon mutiny was the Chiefs mutinying. That's the thing. The Invergordon mutiny was the Chiefs mutinying. That's why it was such a problem. It was the Chiefs. And you don't do that. You don't piss off the Chiefs to that extent. Castaner, after being pulled forward in the time, the 2nd Pacific Squadron is sighted approaching the Straits of Malacca in December 1944. How does the Pacific Fleet find something useful to do?
I mean, Kamchatka gives everyone something to laugh at.
Well, the thing is, that's an awful lot of ships. That is actually far more ships than were in the Pacific Squadron, in the Soviet Pacific Squadron at that point. But also, those people are very, 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 very not Soviet. And if they're in the Straits of Malacca, they're probably going to be met by, in December 94.
Oh God, it's MacArthur.
The combination is either they're going to get met either by MacArthur, Mountbatten, or
Mountbatten they can
probably
deal
actually the Japanese, because they're in the Straits of Malacca and they're
with. No, but it's
approaching
December,
Singapore.
so it's after the.
It's December 1944, though, not 45. So Singapore still hasn't been recaptured. They might, if they're lucky, get Bill Slim. They might, depending on where he is on the Malaysian front at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if they're really lucky, they get Bill Slim, and then. So the only thing with this is one of those times when Mountbatten's background will actually be helpful, because they will understand the nobility thing more than almost anyone else, coming from that phase of Russia.
Yes.
And he's native, so he speaks the same language as them.
Yeah.
Or at least the good one.
Yes, he will speak German to a level of proficiency they can understand, and the right sort of German.
Yeah, whereas Bill Slim will speak every possible flavour of Indian language, but I don't know how good his Russian was.
He has people on his team. But
True.
What are they useful to do? Possibly they use as a bombard support unit. But honestly, your main trouble is going to be complete and utter disintegration of control on those ships. You're going to have to find some way to get those ships into harbour if you're an ally. Get their crews off those ships, get them disarmed, and then tell them what's happened in the world, and then sort it out from there. And yeah, it's gonna be an issue. It's gonna be a big issue.
I do like Mark Harkness's point about how Rozhesvensky is now the only Russian with stature to meet Stalin and slap him silly. And you actually get somebody competent with any sort of residual, what was loosely termed white Russian thing, which will be interesting for things like subverting. I mean, actually, could be useful in places like the Crimea and Ukraine for breaking away people from the Germans as an alternative to the Soviets.
It's an intriguing option, but it's also going to be very, very complicated because Stalin's personal control over the Soviet Union. There's that great thing in Stalingrad, the movie, where the recent one, which they decided to add a whole love story into for some reason. I do not know why.
Timu, that is not a door you want to go through. Do not go through that door. Do not even think about going through that door. Pick another door. Do not go through that door.
Where is Timu going through a bad door?
Timu is trying to tempt Leslie to get into a prank war. Timu.
No.
Look, Timu, I love
Timu,
you, but
as you're in Finland,
just
even though it doesn't exist as a place.
Finland is not as safe a place as you like to think it might be for this scenario.
It's something over in Twitch chat.
Okay.
What the frick is that? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, my Discord's done something weird, so let me just sort it out. What plopped up there? Ah. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh,
Everything okay?
Yeah, someone's just got a question for me, and they had they sent it through to me as a DM rather than in the chat.
You?
For reference chat, please don't do that. Use the bot system or try and ping a mod.
That works.
So,
that works better. That works better. But also, the thing is, the way they pinged in, for some reason, it decided to overload the thing, and jump over the questions. That's that now. The he-fish. I say go for it and someone start making popcorn.
no.
Leslie has said he doesn't do pranks, only war. Don't do this, Timu.
Do it.
No.
You're
No.
not
You know-
safe just because you're vaguely up towards Geordie land.
No, she's not.
Karma Gasberg.
Look, I'm safe because apparently you don't know where I live.
No, Dan doesn't. Leslie, we won't ever be sure.
Leslie, on the other hand.
Karma Gasberg. What if Austro-Hungarian Navy was 8 years ahead in 1904, i.e. it's a 1912 stat? Then they've A, got the first dreadnoughts in service, pretty much, and the dreadnoughts are very good. B, well, the Italians are crying and building up rapidly, and C, the Austro-Hungarians are far more dominant as a partner in their relationship with Germany. Although they're always going to be suffering in that relationship because of German ego. Alright. Stafford Thompson, would you buy a Colossus-class carrier for $1 as the Brazilian Navy has tried selling one twice on eBay, and who would you be your crew? I need a medic, so Dan's coming. Honestly,
Only if you have, what is it, more than 100?
Honestly, I'd probably be. I need a medic because you wait. Who I'm going to say next is coming. I think Drac would probably pay me for the opportunity to be engineer on that ship while we're getting it back to the UK to turn it into a museum ship. I have a.
Can I be chief electrician?
I have a strong suspicion Runon would be chief electrician aboard. Garius would be there because, well, in a nice way, we need someone to live stream it, and also someone to make sure the lifeboats work. We would probably take Foxer as well because she currently needs employment and deserves the gainful employment, and this way she would have a lot of fun gainful employment. There are a few senior chief petty officers who I would drag along to help as well with the ship, and we do our best to get her back to the UK. And I'd probably take Leslie and Steve along as well, and a few others from the Discord, from the server, because, well, they'd enjoy it, and you know what? They'd really, it would make it so much easier when we were doing live streams from it.
I mean, it would be good fun.
Timu is having fun posting it. There is a fun discussion going on in Japanese, I think, on the Twitch chat between Timu and Leslie, and I'm slightly worried that they're setting down the ground rules for their prank war.
I am Switzerland. I am neutral. I have no opinion nor dog in this fight.
Yeah, but I would like someone to be keeping a translate check on it if they could. Wayne.
But you're happy to accept deposits of gold, bearer bonds,
UK work visas.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, and honestly, there's a fair number in the chat who I would definitely be wanting to invite along. I basically would put out I would be buying it to set up a museum. If I bought it, I would be setting up a museum. I'd be setting up a British aircraft carrying museum. I would form a trust, set it up, and get it set up as a museum. Probably Don't take this the wrong way, but I now live in Cornwall, so I would probably want it somewhere in Cornwall so that I could be close to oversee its running, but also somewhere where there's a decent trains access to the rest of the country. So probably I pick
Falmouth.
Penzance.
Falmouth.
No.
You've got the docks, the maintenance.
But
Yes,
what
you have
about
you have the docks for maintenance and everything else, but Falmouth doesn't have a mainline train station, whereas Penzance does.
But what about the piracy problem they have down there?
My family don't do it anymore, so it's okay.
I'm pretty sure that's why you have. Is it 4.5-inch guns or? Trying to remember what they came with.
Wade Loki.
My bad. Sorry. I'm so sorry. They only have
4-inch.
Somewhere approaching 40 or 50. Let's go with 30, 40 millimeter Bofors, and your own preference in terms of 20 millimeter Oerlikons.
Okay, that'll work. Wayne, Loki weighs 45 kilograms. That's how much my corgi wishes he weighs. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. We answered that one. Black Horse. What if Tirpitz was not just kept in Norway and the resources used to protect her were used elsewhere? So she went wandering and actually did some other work. Then at some point she probably gets sunk because she's a big enough target that the Navy will try and sink her in a surface fight if they have to. Resources used to protect elsewhere are not really going to make much of a difference to anywhere, but they're probably going to go to the Eastern Front if they go anywhere. Answered that from Hendrik Bofa. Knight 6831. If the Vought XF8U3 Crusader 3 had been chosen over the F4 Phantom, would have been a better basis for the A7?
Probably not.
No. I don't know about you, Foxer, but I don't think it's more use or greater use is going to improve the airframe in any way, shape or form.
I mean, maybe it inspires them to take it in for a redesign.
Oh, in other words, it becomes a Super Crusader. It becomes a super, one.
Because there is room for improvement in the airframe.
Yeah, I can say that again.
But it's like trying to improve a Spitfire in 1953. It's why? Just Phantom. Why do you hate Phantom for some reason?
Yeah.
Because Phantom has no internal gun in the early models.
Yes, but you can do all kinds of things to it, like strap a gun on without affecting the aerodynamics because it doesn't have any.
Now,
okay, no, that's annoying because the Phantom did have a lot of very interesting aerodynamics done to it in development.
Yes, just none of them were good.
Now, this is an interesting question.
Don't get me wrong. I love the Phantom. It's not intended as a criticism. I do love the Phantom. I just also like taking the piss.
Dave Harrison. This sort of question from Dave Harrison is interesting. If Denny Court had managed to build a 15-inch gun Tiger, which actually was one of the options, how badly would Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have failed in the Norway campaign? Well, if Tiger was built to a 15-inch gun ship, she's going to be 30-something thousand tons rather than 28,000 tons. She's probably going to so she's going to be, what is that? A seventh bigger. So she's probably going to be about 32,000 tons, and she's still going to be a 28 knot plus ship. She was already the closest thing the Royal Navy built prior to World War II, prior to World War One, that fitted a fast battleship. That comes closest to being fitting the criteria for a fast battleship. She's a battle cruiser, but she is the one. It's not Hood, it's not Renown Repulse. It is Tiger. It's not the Queen Elizabeths are fairly close from one direction. They're coming from the battleship direction, the fast battleship. They're the closest from that direction. They're all navy builds prior to the King George V's. But Tiger is the closest from the battlecruiser direction. If she is a 15-inch gun ship, then in the nicest way, the fact is she's going to cause more damage during World War One as well. Because you imagine Dogger Bank with her having 15-inch guns, when considering the hits she gets. She has the best fire control of any of the battlecruisers, and is probably the best and the most accurate shot of any of the battlecruisers, because she's the least infected by the battlecruiser fleet's doctrines, because her captain does everything to keep them out. I did a video about this. The captain basically spends most of World War One keeping Beatty's staff away from his ship. He does an excellent job of it. So yeah, the more
isn't it something along the lines of? Doesn't he do things along the lines of, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What would be the flag quarters are currently being redecorated.
They got
dear,
flooded, they got
again.
burnt, they had to be redecorated. They were they were being used currently for refit of other spaces, so they was being used as storage. The list of reasons he has that his flag quarters cannot not be used by an admiral or their staff are legendary. The man was a walking font of ideas for why you cannot do it. David Harrison, I was meaning a follow-on, the follow-on based off Tiger, in addition to Tiger. HMS Jaguar is actually more likely than HMS Leopard. That is honestly more likely, but if you consider the names they've got, naming previously gone, they went Lion and Princess Royal and Queen Mary. So, for those ones, and then they've got Tiger. It's probably about time for another female member of the royal family. So you might have actually got an HMS Queen Victoria. In fact, that's almost more likely. You get a Queen Victoria.
Yeah, that does work.
This is why I find the thing is, I can tell you that actually Queen Victoria was on the list of names for future. That was on the name list which were on there sort of for future battle cruisers. She was one of the names on there. I consider that far more likely. That there is a very nice German historian who basically his research is where we get all these names from, and he has a habit of picking the animal names or the saint names because to him that makes sense, but that doesn't fit with the Royal Navy's approach. So it'd be almost more likely would have been Queen Victoria than Jaguar or Leopard. Jaguar is cooler than Leopard though.
Jaguar's cooler than Leopard, but Leopards were the heraldic beasts that you actually have on the English. The 3 lines on your shirt and stuff are actually leopards heraldically. But I don't know about Queen Victoria though, because they've been going with like the consorts, haven't they?
Well, they've gone with Princess Royal. That's the thing. They've gone Princess Royal and Queen Mary.
They've gone Princess Royal and Queen Mary. I don't know if they go with the regnant one. The only thing is they had because it would be the battle cruiser to match Queen Elizabeth.
Yes.
That's the tricky thing, because of course she notably did not have a consort.
That's why I think they would go with Queen Victoria, because then they've got the 2 queens alongside each other.
Or
that's the thing, it's the 2 big queens.
Yes.
Or you go with the other queen who didn't have a spouse. One that comes after William and Mary.
Anne.
Elizabeth?
Anne.
Oh yeah, I guess that would be backwards. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Forgive me, I'm an American.
I'm just trying to think if there's any other notable female, because it would almost to go with Queen Elizabeth. It would have almost made sense to kind of have a HMS Prince Consort or did they have a Prince of Wales at that point?
Yeah.
As in HMS Prince of Wales?
Yeah.
Or a Prince Albert? Although, except the problem is you've got all the tensions with the Germans. You don't really want to emphasize the German bits.
That's the reason why Prince Albert's really out of the running for getting anything named after him.
I'm just wondering if they might have gone with Prince Consort.
Yeah, I don't think so, because I got the Princess Royal, so it could be too similar. Anyway, going back to what happens, if you have that ship in service, A, that's going to affect whether Renown or a Pulse get done. Because if you've ordered one with the Queen Elizabeths, you're going to order one with the R's as well. So you've got probably two, because that would make it fit sense. You've got two. So you don't do the conversion to get... If you are getting Renown or a Pulse, they're going to be backups. But the thing is, you're now going to have multiple ships which are probably very close to the 35... Because again, this is going to be 32,000 tons. Anything which comes after is going to be bigger. And they are going to be Royal Navy Tiger-style improved 15-inch gun battle cruisers. The main problem you're going to get is what then happens to the R's. Do they complete all 8 of them as battleships? In which case the Royal Navy leaves World War II with 8 R-class battleships, 5 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships, the 2 15-inch gun battle cruisers, whatever the Admiral class come out as, etc. All these things, and maybe not. Or alternatively, they've got those 2. They convert 2 of the 3 the R's as they did originally. So they end up with 4 battle cruisers, 15-inch gun battle cruisers, rapidly under production. They've got the 5 Queen Elizabeths, the 5 R's, and then the Admirals. Well, if they've already got that many battle cruisers, they might not order the Admirals as battle cruisers. They might go straight to a fast battleship design. And remember, they always have a sliding scale they can go to. So the fast battleship would be basically you take the Admiral class design and you turn it into a 28-knot ship. And that probably means going with, well, probably Drax's idea of a triple turret. So you end up with going a 12, 15-inch gun, 28-knot ship as a fast battleship design. And if you do have that coming through, I don't see them being stopped as much by the Jutland experience as the cruiser design would be, because they're already a fast battleship. So that means the Royal Navy leaves World War I with 4 fast battleships of about 40-something thousand tons, 4 15-inch battle cruisers, and 10 regular battleships. So it's got an air fast wing of about 8 ships and a standard wing of about 10 ships, of all 15-inch gun ships. Yeah, that's going to change the treaty system. Because that's going to basically...
There's going to be a treaty system?
Well, in the nicest way, the US Navy is going to look at that and probably go, every one of those 15-inch gun battle cruisers are beyond the pale for them to deal with. And let's be honest, we've been having looked over it several times. I would, in a fight between HMS Tiger as built with 13.5-inch guns and the Lexingtons as built, if it was 1-on-1, if the Lexingtons managed to hit first with their 16-inch guns, they've got a chance. But if they don't hit first and Tiger hits first, they're gone. Because Tiger can actually take a hit and keep rolling. She can't take more than one hit, but she can take a hit. The Lexingtons can't as they're built. Especially not with the fun stacking of the boilers. But leaving that to one side, how badly was Charles Nathan? A nicest way that you change the entire campaign. If you do have a treaty after this with this sort of scenario, A, it's probably going to be a limited construction treaty rather than a end of construction treaty. So it's going to be kind of a case of you can build 5 ships. The British and Americans can build 5 ships in any 5 years, and they can have up to 20 ships under a certain age. And everyone else sort of differentiated down from that. And that just means you've got a far bigger fleet. So when Sharnos and Eisenhower come into the world, they are fast battleships. I have read some very interesting things, people calling them, should they just be called armoured battle cruisers, etc. No, they're not. They are fast battleships. They're given 11-inch guns because of politics and various other reasons, but they are fast battleships. They're designed as such, they're built as such, that's what they are. They only have 11-inch guns because if they wanted to put 15-inch guns on them, which they would have liked, they'd have had to wait another year and a half before they could come into service. And the Germans wanted them in service before, rather than more than they wanted to wait for 15-inch guns. Okay. Now, it will be interesting. Hendrik Bofa, what battleship has the most chance of surviving if all World War II torpedoes are long lances? I think we have to go for the ships which have actual plot armor. So that's got to be Texas and Warspite.
Warspite.
Those 2 ships have actual plot armor. You can toss a coin between the 2 of them as to which one actually survives. Considering Warspite literally did donuts in front of the German high seas fleet and survived with just a few bruises, I'd say that ship has more than just literal plot armor. That literally has a god on its side. Richard Goss. Why did the Royal Navy choose to develop a 24-inch torpedo and then not fit it to destroyers? Because they thought the weight was going to be too much for the treaty limits. They looked at it and they were literally looking at it from the treaty perspectives and going, what does a 24-inch torpedo give us that a 21-inch torpedo doesn't? And is it worth that weight differential? The British decided that no, the 21-inch torpedo was fine. They instead were developing something called Torpex.
If we can't have a bigger, heavier torpedo, let's put in a bigger warhead.
No, let's put in a warhead which is equivalent to 50% more TNT. So standard warhead is 388 pounds, I think, from memory. A warhead which was a TNT, filling that warhead with Torpex instead of TNT, which of course Torpex is a lovely mixture of 26% aluminium, 50%, 40 something percent TNT, 40 something percent. No. It's got RDX, 30 something percent RDX. No, I thought it was. It's got RDX, TNT, and aluminium powder. I think the aluminium powder is 26%. I think the other 2... Hang on, is it 26% or is it 16%? Oh, get up my Torpex notes.
It goes mostly boom boom.
It's 42% RDX, 40% TNT, and 18% powdered aluminium. That's where I was going wrong. I thought it was 26%, and then going, no, the others are 40%. So what? One way, it's 18%. It's 42% RDX, 40% TNT, and 18% powdered aluminium. And basically, the powdered aluminium just increases the length of burn, and therefore the gaseous expansion. So the powdered aluminium really, because both the RDX and TNT have a habit of eating oxygen, they can actually negate the effects. Sometimes more powerful explosives are less capable. But once you add in the powdered aluminium, that increases the amount of, that draws in oxygen, that sucks in oxygen for it. So it increases the length of the burn and increases the gaseous expansion, which is one of the reasons why Torpex makes such a big boom boom. And that's why 388 pounds of Torpex are equivalent to 584 pounds of TNT.
I think one of the other
Doc,
And
sorry, you may want to close questions. We got 63 in the tube.
Okay.
And we're 2 hours.
All right.
The only other thing I'd add is, with the treaties, you see a a drop in the numbers of capital ships you're going to be facing. So rather than having a massive long line of 20 capital ships for you to launch destroyer torpedoes against, it's going to be only a couple of them. So you're going to need numbers to increase your chances of hitting. So actually, you're better off having, I don't know, 4 or 8 or 10 21-inch torpedoes on your destroyer than you are having maybe 6 24-inch.
Well, that's one
because
of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why the Japanese also, if you consider it, when I've talked about it, I'm fairly certain the British were manually loading and reloading their torpedoes at sea. The fact they have positions on the tribal class destroyers, which are called the torpedo storage points. They have the positions already, the rings already built into the superstructure for manually pulling the torpedoes around and loading them up and doing it as safely as you can. And yeah, it's fun. It's a fun scenario. Whereas you see, the weight of the 24-inch torpedo is not just the torpedo; it's also the torpedo loading mechanism and all the other stuff they have to carry to load more torpedoes. So they're all built in. Basically, 24-inch torpedo. It's kind of like the difference between a 6-inch and an 8-inch shell. It adds up. Right. Stafford Thompson, you can Q-snap any ship back in existence. What ship do you bring back and why?
Enterprise. Because it annoys me that she was scrapped. If I can't get Enterprise, I'll take Saratoga? Whichever one got expended as a bomb target, which is just as disgusting, in my opinion.
Okay. I'd love to say a Travel class destroyer, and I would pick, of course, Nubian because of what I do think they did her wrong. But the thing is, Haida survives, so there is a tribal still survivant, which means I realistically should go for something which isn't represented, which also crosses out cruisers because Belfast survives. Which means I'm left with capital ships or carriers. If I was going for a carrier, it would probably be Illustrious because of Taranto, because of what she takes part in, what she does. If it was a capital ship, I'd probably go for Tiger. Because again, it should be a really nice ship to have to show people around. She'd be a really nice ship to have to show people around, and really
now,
good piece of history.
Are you not saying Warspite because you don't want to bring Warspite into the modern era, or you're afraid of what Drac will do to you if you're the one that brings Warspite back?
No,
there's also an no. I had
Warspite will bring herself.
No, there's more a fact of there's already a Warspite coming into the modern era. It's called the SSBN Warspite. The theory of having a battleship Warspite and an SSBN Warspite around at the same time could cause a very scary fusion, which I just do not want to see happen.
Are you saying that both of those ships will spontaneously slip their moorings and go out to wreak havoc upon what they perceive to be the enemies of the British Isles?
Yes. And the two combined present a problem for anyone to try and take on.
It'll never happen. Bring her back.
No. And the thing is, I have a feeling that my friend will be sitting in the flag bridge going, "Yay! I have a sword and an axe!" Oh. Knowing my luck, I'll be the one sent to try and get him back.
You know how to entice him.
You think you could entice him away from Warspite? You know,
It would involve a lot of iron brew.
it would involve Princess
Greek fire.
Princess Draconefella would have to be involved. Probably I would have to be saying she is waiting for her royal dinner with you and a massive steak meal right dab bang in the middle of Central Asia, so that he has to go a long way away from the ship to give me time to get aboard the Warspite. Okay? A long way away. We're talking, we'll set up the dinner in Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan? Mongolia's too close to the sea.
No, I'm not sure that'll be far enough. No, I was thinking just he's distractible though. That's the thing.
Set off Greek fire around the ship and let him go study it. Yeah, let's go. What ships would you all bring back? That's the more important thing. More important than this, discussing this. What ships would you all bring back? And while you're doing that, I'm going to let you put more iron brew in my glass.
So what's the question?
You got to
You
basically.
can bring back any ship. What do you want to bring back, and why?
I appear to have a ghost coming into the room with me.
Ghost who wondered why Mum could hear your voice and wondered if everything was alright.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
Good.
All's going well.
Hello, Dr. Clarke, Engineering Edition.
Apparently, Mum and Mum was checking. Apparently, sent Karen to check up on check we're all right and all having a fun time. But also, she's also apparently. Well, I got a note passed which said, "You haven't had any super chats yet this evening," and I'm going, "Mother, no, stop it." Sorry, she's worried. She's now watching every single bit. Before to pass on to explain that, she's now watching super chat, super thanks, every single party logarithm because she wants me to win the 20,000 subscribers this year, so she wins the bet with my aunt. Okay, she has started taking a huge amount of interest in my logarithm and how I'm doing. That is frankly disturbing. All right, so please. Note where that's coming from. It's coming from a place of love. It's also coming from a place of self-interest.
Stafford, you are in a tanker. Drac is in Warspite. What makes you think he's going to let you leave with that tanker truck?
So, in terms of ships to bring back, I'm just... One of the thoughts that occurs is to take the... you could get, say, Unicorn in particular, because she's an interesting ship, and you could use her as the basis for an excellent British Naval Aviation Museum, a bit like Intrepid is in New York. But there's a bit of me that would like to bring back Ark Royal just for the name, in the same way as Hood. Actually, the way to get Drac off Warspite would be to offer him Hood, raised.
What's mine?
Such that he can.
No, you'd have to give him Hood. You'd have to get Foxo off Hood.
Mm-hmm.
No,
and you're not getting Foxo off Hood.
No, but Drac would want to visit Hood because he'd want to see exactly where the shell went in. He'd also want to drive her at exactly the right speed to see exactly where the wave, the bow wave was and things.
You'd still have to get Hood off Foxo to do this.
Or you'd have to get Foxo to agree and permit such an action.
In which case, the things you might have to do, you might not want to sign up to. I'm not saying that Foxo has particularly deviant interests. I'm just saying, if she's put in that level of position of power, she might abuse it.
Right.
I was being generous
Foxo,
for a dragon.
All I'm going to say is story time forever.
High speed.
Doc, I have seen the text chats. I have seen what's in them.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've only seen the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, Doc Dan, that's, yeah, no, no. Just no.
I'm trying.
I think we might have to move on from this question before it gets worrying. But let's move on to
I would
Dragon.
take Hood.
Also, you'll say you take Hood. Dragon, what ship are you taking?
Now, there's actually a good few. You say about cruisers we have an example, but we don't have an example of a British heavy cruiser.
Yeah,
so county class could be
county
nice.
class weren't really heavy cruisers. They were light cruisers built under light cruiser conditions, and then suddenly they're promoted to heavy cruisers because they've got 8-inch guns, but they were built as light cruisers.
To be fair, I wouldn't actually mind seeing even a Hawkins, just because they're weird. But again, staying away from Warspite because, oh no, is it? I want to say it's Rodney's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Just need to quickly check. Cause it's either Rodney or it's Nelson's built on the Tyne, as I recall.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. It's Nelson. I believe it. Yeah, Nelson Armstrong Walker. So actually, it would be Nelson for a battleship, but I wouldn't mind seeing either Renown or Repulse as a different perspective in terms of battle cruisers, because everyone does jump for Tiger or Hood, but they kind of keep. Also, actually, for a carrier, I'd want. I don't know why, but I always like HMS Hermes.
Somebody's got to.
It would be interesting.
Hermes or
to
Eagle,
have.
honestly, I think could be interesting ones.
She would be
'Cause
interesting.
She also would be the only sort of first-generation carrier in the world.
Mhm.
How do we get from this to that?
Yeah. Now,
I've changed my mind about what I'd like, though. Just thinking about it. I want
Thanks,
Dreadnought.
oh god.
I want HMS Dreadnought.
The trouble is, then I'm going to spend the next God knows how many years arguing with people over whether wing turrets were a good idea or not, because they're going to go take a picture of them and go, look how cool they were. Look at this picture. I've got all these guns looking at me because I'm from the bow end of Dreadnought on these wing turrets, and I'm going to have to spend the next God knows how many years of my life explaining to people how stupid wing turrets were.
No, what you do if somebody does that is you go over and you ask the very nice Ryan Szymanski of the Battleship New Jersey Museum and Memorial, which receives funding from the New Jersey Department of State and other donors.
Yeah.
Not that I watch their videos a lot. And you get him to take a shot from the bow of the New Jersey, and you go, look, you can get 6 guns pointing forward without the wing turrets.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what they will say, but I can make 6 guns with wing turrets, or I can get 9 guns with triple wing turrets.
And then you hit them with something large, heavy.
But better yet, Runon,
fun.
as someone who's
And
well for making
I'm thinking-
quads.
Okay.
Better yet,
I mean,
we
that
could do
was-
auto-loading quads.
There's something more problematic here. Medi just put Iron Brew tastes like bubble bum to me. Now, they did correct themselves to bubble gum, but I'm not sure whether the Iron Brew drinkers in this chat are going to be happy with that as a statement.
The problem is, I am
also,
thinking of a song which I cannot sing on the stream. but it does taste like bubblegum.
Yeah.
I've never tried it and don't plan to.
Don't worry, we'll pour it
How
down
have
your
you
throat.
not tried Iron Brew?
We are going to work on
Because
that.
I don't. I basically don't like any. I can just about manage lemonade and Orangina. I basically can't. I've never drunk Coke without vodka in it. I don't. I wasn't brought up drinking any of the anything like Coke or anything. So just I don't.
Okay.
It's okay,
I
Maddie.
will-
You can let your freak flag fly.
we're just going to leave that one to Maddie. You swear you're not a perv. Okay.
Gorbian, it's
All right.
Letty, we are very much a live and let live, and so long as it's all consenting adults, we don't mind, we don't judge.
Gorbian. Gorbian, it is not a taste which is easily described, but it tastes better than it's usually described.
Rust.
It does
Just
not
remember
taste
it
like
tastes
rust.
with-
As somebody who has eaten probably a pound of rust over their career, it does not taste like rust.
You're not using the right rust.
Okay.
Stafford, I'm not such a fan of rum, and so I vodka and Coke was one of my first go-to drinks before I weaned my palate to beer.
To be fair,
Yes,
usually if I want to lose my colleagues, I take them to a place where they serve mead. They will all be distracted for the evening, and I can go off and have my wanders around and do whatever I want to do quietly myself. If I want to have an evening out where I can wander off around the town for all night long and not have to worry about everyone getting up early in the morning and going off and doing things, and so I don't get my morning shower and swimming before they want to, I need to be down at breakfast and all that stuff, and I want to have a nice peaceful wander around the city at night and not be disturbed. I drop them all off in a place which serves mead. About 2 or 3 hours later, I make sure I wander past there as they're staggering out, make sure they get back to their hotels quietly. Once they're dropped off in their hotels, I then go and carry on with my evening wanders. It's a great way to have a fun time.
Have we checked about sources of mead in Japan?
Yes. Trust
yes,
me,
there are several sources which have been lined up explicitly for you and Fleet. To move us along from this conversation.
Sorry, we also have Drac, we have Boom Boom Dan, we have Garius. Basically, everyone in the Shipshape crew, other than me, drinks mead. And a lot of it. This is my secret to control them.
Castania, to answer to your not quite stated question to Stafford Thompson, compared to the rest of North America, Canada looks at them and says, what are weight limits for road trucks? When I was up in Canada, I saw some trucks that would have any DOT inspector in the States have kittens.
Can I draw your attention to the Australian land trains?
We do not speak of those abominations of moving steel.
I know. Black Horse, what if the US asks...
Are you talking about...
Carry on.
Are you talking about those Australians? Oh, god damn it, mate. Why didn't we just build an actual trains?
Yes.
Yes, but also on
language.
our trip to Australia, one of the loveliest people we hung out with in Melbourne was, and his day job was as an engineer on the railroad maintenance, and he did the safety bit, and it was talking to him about how far up they have to have the it's actually a little explosive that will be set off if the train goes over it, so that the driver knows that they've kind of gone past you really need to start braking now.
Yeah, I know exactly. They're not. I think they're basically colloquially known as blast caps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're referring to. It's
Yeah.
fun when you get a bunch of out-of-date ones.
It was many kilometers upstream, because they have trains coming down from mining places which weigh in at the sorts of tonnages we're normally talking about with cruisers to capital ships.
It's a fun time. Anyway, Black Horse question. What if the US asked for Admiral Keyes to command the joint US and British force in World War II so they did not have to deal with MacArthur?
The only way you don't have to deal with MacArthur is if you ship him up to Alaska and take away all forms of communications.
Considering Keyes is already a 5-star admiral, if he's put in charge of ABDA command, he's out there as commander-in-chief of the force and put in charge of ABDA command, and MacArthur is put in underneath him as land forces commander. Considering how good Keyes is as politics and how well respected he is in America, and of course he does have a VC for his service in World War I, probably MacArthur finds himself, how do I put this politely, out-politicked.
Yes, but is Keyes going to be able to contain MacArthur's ego to the point where MacArthur isn't making trouble at
Keyes would probably find ways to use MacArthur's ego. You see, the thing is, MacArthur loves to go off and show off his ego. So Keyes would probably go, actually, I know we've got this operation coming up, but realistically, this general and this general run it for us, and your staff can run it, but I need you to go down to this place and get these politicians on board. I need you to go in front of these cameras and make this speech. I need you to go and do this. He would proactively manage MacArthur via his ego to keep him out of the way of causing trouble.
I hate that you're right, but I also don't think it would be successful.
And also
because that would require MacArthur to do what you want him to do, not what he wants to do.
Yes, but the thing is, the Keyes would probably dress it up as being MacArthur's idea. Oh, MacArthur, we do have a problem. You see, I have to be here to coordinate these forces. You know how fun it is to coordinate the Navy, the Air Force, and all the other things into supporting it. You've got your land forces running quite well, but also, apparently, someone needs to go down here and talk to these politicians and tell them why we need to keep fighting this war, because they don't understand anything, do they? They don't understand like us military people. We know why we need to be fighting this war. We know what we're doing, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. I can't be in two places at once, and no one else can be sitting here giving orders to all these different navies and all these different nationalities, but me at sea. This is a problem. And MacArthur suddenly will probably offer to go.
Also, failing that, Roger Keyes' son did die conducting an operation to take out a senior officer. So Keyes clearly wouldn't totally disapprove of, assassination.
And Walter, I know. Look, MacArthur. The questions come up and etc. And I've never made any bones or view on my views on MacArthur. He has potential, and he was a good regimental commander. I think, honestly, in World War II, he's outclassed. Strange enough, in the Korean War, he actually does better for a bit. He just then starts going mad and starts wanting to nuke everything in sight. And the trouble is the man's ego and man's press releases write checks he doesn't end up having to cash. A lot of other people die on it, which is my viewing. But it's not so much a hate club as he's one of those people in that position. So when at a certain rank, the buck stops with you. That's the trouble. I'm
not a fan of MacArthur on the basis of his actions over the course of a few months in 1941, and I think which he then gets lauded for, which is the thing I find really disgusting. I'm told he did good things in post-war Japan. I will be honest and say I haven't looked into it, but I'm prepared to believe it.
He was actually quite good in post-war Japan.
I haven't looked into it, but I'm prepared to believe it. I don't think he was particularly bad in a lot of other things. I think he was difficult to work with in the Southwest Pacific, but after kind of frankly, even after just the start of 1942, I'm not sure he made any horrific howlers. You know, it was him from the late 30s until up to December 41. I think he really did the wrong things and was the wrong person in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I would have put him up against a wall and had him shot rather than giving him the Medal of Honor for what happened. To be blunt. And yes, and I would have been wrong, given how good he was afterwards. But I still would have, at the time, I would have done that. Yeah. So in terms of not liking him, and that's because I have a particular interest in these kind of key moments. I don't like turning points as a phrase, but key moments around things, which is kind of things like the build up to sort of the start of the Pacific War, which I've spent most of the weekend reading about from US Navy and Army reports from the kind of around the time.
Yeah. I have
which managed to find on Tinternet.
I have more toleration for Halsey than I do for MacArthur, but that's mostly because Halsey doesn't do quite as much shameless self-promotion as MacArthur does on top of things. Wayne's World of Science and Technology.
And Halsey also, which is where one of the things I have a big grudge with MacArthur against, Halsey also understands the chain of command and his position in the chain of command.
Yeah.
MacArthur thinks that any organization that is not him in de facto control of is inherently wrong. Or at least that is how he acts.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then let's move on to the next question. If you were to design a Navy carrier for Russia today, what do you think would be needed? Assuming one carrier per fleet. Why would I be putting one carrier per fleet? Why would I want to carry him with the Baltic, and why would I want to carry in the Black Sea? I'd want at least 2 carriers in the Northern and 2 carriers in the Pacific, preferably 3 in each. Honestly, Wayne, because to maintain capability and availability of that carrier. If I was going to go for carrier force, and if I was going to go for a carrier for them to have, so they had, let's say, 4 carriers, I'd be aiming for something of roughly 60-something thousand tons, because they need something to be in that margin for the status symbol they need. And I would probably be going for a Stobar carrier. I would go for a pure carrier. I wouldn't add in any missiles. I wouldn't add any extra fluff, any extra complications. I would probably keep it as straightforward and simple with the existing technology as possible. I'd want to be carrying at least. I would say I'd want to design it around 24 fixed-wing aircraft, 24 rotary aircraft, and 24 uncrewed aircraft. At least of various types is what I design it around, and yeah, that's how I build it. I sort of build it as a mixture of those things. That's what I'd be aiming for. But yeah, that's me. I don't think that's what Russia itself would design. Anyone else want to offer an opinion?
I think that Russia right now is not in a place to be thinking about building carriers. And I'm not sure what they want to use them for, so I don't know what type they would want to go for. There's a bit of me that's thinking they should go for amphibs, but I'm not sure they want those either, because they couldn't really support them in anything approaching a contested environment. Honestly, I would be looking to build up Russian surface forces somewhat differently, and probably looking at a big-ish cruiser to go around and do presence missions these days. I think that would suit them. I think that would suit their needs better.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they could do some real damage diplomatically to what the West and powers and China are trying to do, if they did that, going around and doing all the things which a good,
I think
well-trained ship's crew.
I think they could, but I think they probably will end up aiming for something like an aircraft. They will probably end up something for a carrier. Look, in nicest way, there is a debate as to what the Russian Navy needs versus Russia as a nation needs for its own sense of national identity and for its own ability to reach and the perception of itself. And that's where you cut into the issues. I think Russia, at the moment, they're very keen to declare they don't need a carrier. I wouldn't be surprised when Ukraine's over, especially if it doesn't end the way they want it to. They are going to be seeking some grand projects to show that they are still powerful and capable on the global stage. And I wouldn't be surprised if an aircraft carrier program is one of them. I just have that feeling. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. In 1895, a French officer, not sure who, just think Napoleonesque, has taken control of France and is trying to conquer Europe again. What is the world power's reaction to this? In 1895. Well, it's funny you say this, because 1895, let's see.
Isn't that around the time of the Fashoda incident?
To an extent, but he was emperor. Let's see. Napoleon III was emperor of France till 1870. So yeah, 25 years after that. We have... Yeah, Napoleon. 25 years after Napoleon III, Fashoda incident.
It did not end a shared chat session.
We have France as probably a reaction to the Franco-Prussian War. So let's think about that. The Franco-Prussian War ended in 1871. End of the Second French Empire. So, you know, we have that's so someone state control of France and is trying to conquer Europe. Probably you see an Anglo-German alliance born out of just necessity. And that's how it's dealt with. Because in the nicest way, in that period, a French officer would have to do a lot of work to build a better army than the Germans in terms of a field army. A lot of work.
Honestly, there may be some in the Great Game factions of the the British forces that are going to be like, oh, good, this is a way that we can just completely take the wind out of all of Germany's naval armament programs.
Yes.
Because as soon as there's a shooting war, the army's going to be like, wait, Britain is on our side, and you want to build a fleet to supplant them, while my guys are getting shot at.
Yeah, it's a good way to get Tirpitz, etc., kicked from power by the army into quietly in a war, like what happened.
Yeah, are you sure you want to play that game?
Mm-hmm. It would be an interesting session. It would probably also result in, especially if it's 1895, that period, I could imagine the Spanish-American War becoming part of it.
Oh Lord!
Because I can imagine France deciding they're going to join in on the side of the Spanish to defend their fellow European power and try and gain territories to support their European conquest.
Oh, God.
Seneca. Okay, so Seneca has. This is Seneca's. No, this is YouTube.
No, Seneca's.
Yeah.
No, this is YouTube's question. So Seneca has no opinion.
The problem with that is there is a chance then that Britain ends up with the Philippines instead of the Americans. which is just an even bigger headache.
Well, there is a chance that in that scenario, though, actually, you see Britain, Germany, Japan, and America taking on a Franco-Russian-Spanish alliance. You see a Legrand coalition of the British Empire, America, possibly Italy, and Germany, probably Austro-Hungary in that scenario, and Japan, playing the great game across the world with America, as I've already included in that list, against Spain, France, Russia. Who else would they probably get on their side? They might try and bring in China on their side. They might try and get China on their side, and they would. Who else would they get on their side potentially? They might get.
Is there anyone?
They might get the Ottoman Empire on their side as well. They might try and get the Ottomans on their side.
Struggle to get the Ottomans if you've got the Russians.
Well, yeah, it's probably the Ottomans end up on the side of the Grand Coalition against them.
Yeah.
That could be just think about this war in 1895. Think about the consequences of such a massive war happening in the 1890s. And Bismarck is still in charge of Germany, so in the nicest way, Tirpitz is certainly getting kicked out the door. The nicest way, this is the sort of thing Bismarck would dream of being in charge of.
Oh, good lord! You've got Bismarck. I'd forgotten he was. Was he still around, really, in 1895? I thought he'd gone by then. Oh. Yeah, in that case, France is toast.
Well, let's put it this way: if you a grand coalition war,
he ends his chancellorship ended in 1890, so he isn't chancellor, but he is.
He's still around.
He's still alive. He's still alive. And he's very much still involved in the global diplomacy. And in this sort of scenario, he could actually get called up to be part of the global diplomacy.
Yeah. And he's many things. And
I would say that a grand coalition that requires a very specific set of skills can forgive a great many sins.
Yeah.
And if not, it provides a lot of opportunities for people with those skills to de jure get their sins forgiven.
I would also say that you have to remember that at the time we're talking about, in 1890s, well, our good friend Teddy Roosevelt is either president of the Board of Commissioners of the Board of Police Commissioners in New York City, which he serves in from 1895 to 97. But he's also 5th Assistant Secretary of the Navy from 1897 to 1898. Governor of New York, 1899 to 1900. So, in a nice way, what I'm saying is Teddy Roosevelt would be at this point in the 90s, between 32 and 42 years old. So the odds are the Roosevelt's Rough Riders get sent off to some places. Just think about that. For the amount of the amount of history this war would create.
The other point to be made is that little Willie, the troublesome little brat, is how can I put this? Queen Victoria is still around, so he is more likely to do as he's told rather than be quite such an obnoxious little.
Also,
So
nice
and so.
way, just remember, he was very happy to get someone with the rank of World Marshal earlier on, and it wasn't exactly the general he picked himself, it was the general everyone else picked and was happy to prepared to accept from him, that he gave the title of what he ended up having to give the title World Marshal to. So, yeah. It could be interesting. Paul Amos. What have been the most entertaining comments you've received this week? Okay, I'm going to keep quiet to an extent on that and I'll pass on to my colleagues because there have been many comments on mine and Drax video. If you haven't seen mine and Drax release this week, please go. It came out on Wednesday. It was us talking about Dreadnoughts. It's the first part of potentially a three-parter. And it was 2 hours long. And the next one's 2.5 hours long. And the third part, if you all decide you want us to do it, will be alive. With Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts and us designing ships live. 2 challenges set by you live in the chat. Because we are that silly. And yeah.
Okay. So I have a submission for this.
Okay.
But I need Dan to promise that he won't go ballistic. He can get angry, but he won't go ballistic.
I'll try.
I had somebody
I'll
pop
try
into
to
my
try.
chat on Friday, and chat can determine how they feel about this but I had several people say I should just ban this person, but they stayed just this side of a ban. So, guy enters, starts talking, and then he says, "I'm a very highly intelligent man, full of gusto and raw energy. So being the best is all that matters to me." Then he says sleep apnea is rooted in extra weight. Okay, fair enough. Then all health issues is rooted in diet.
This is indeed something that was stated.
Yes. And then it said I should look into this. Some other person who makes videos, I guess. Just work hard. And when I told him that he was flat wrong with the diet statement, I'm coping now. How sad.
He's not wrong though, because if you're not dieting properly, that means you're alive, and if you're alive, then you get health problems.
Technically speaking, yes. If your body does not still function, you no longer have a diet.
This means I have to tell Foxo that she is the best kind of correct, e.g., technically correct.
I'm surprised it wasn't my comment from a couple of streams ago.
That was the most outrageous, and I had to go and censor you for it, both verbally and administratively.
I'll be honest, you'll have to remind me which one that is later.
Yeah, let's
Keyword
not. 'Cause
later.
It's a TOS violation.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it's fun when you have to warn your own mods. Yes, Gorbian, this individual was essentially implying that if I fixed my diet, it would cure my ADHD and potentially my gender dysphoria. He also said, you have the alphabet mafia tags and reading rainbow tag, the ask me questions tag, and the little paint snails emoji.
Seriously, I remember there was a time when people used to just go, right then, not my circus, not my monkeys, not my wheelhouse, I'm not getting involved in that, and therefore I leave it alone. I don't know, it's not my area, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and move on with my life. You know.
The problem is I have issues where you're putting, at best, misinformation in my chat. You know.
I can understand. I can totally understand this. This is what I find funny when people turn up to my chat and comments, and they sometimes get surprised when I respond to them, and go, "And you said that," And it's a case of, I wasn't expecting you to respond and correct me. Well, in the nicest way, the vast majority of comments I don't correct. You have to say something absolutely, colossally, historically wrong for me to get into a corrective mode, because I actively try to avoid being in lecturer mode, marker mode, when I'm going through my comments. But that's life. Only living commit a crime, therefore the only crime is living. Judge Death. That is a very logical point of view. Black Horse, what if the US focused on the Atlantic and the British on the Far East and Pacific before World War II?
Why?
Well, the British were kind of, in a nice way, both were kind of focusing on both, sort of quite early on. But I think what you mean is, what happens if the US fleet is based primarily in the Atlantic, not in Pearl Harbor? So, well, that basically means the Japanese aren't hitting it. So that means the American fleet is still very much there for the beginning of the war. And mostly under the command of probably one Mr. King. For the British, if they have managed to maintain larger fleet bases and the fleet formations out in the Far East and the Pacific, probably it'll be based in the Far East. That means they'll have to build up the infrastructure in the Far East, not just Singapore, but also Ceylon, which means you probably end up with more ships going there when they damage the Mediterranean, because they have the facilities in the Indian Ocean to go and fix them, which means you probably end up with a far larger formation there, even if it's there administratively, at the beginning of the Pacific War, the Eastern War, which is going to change things in terms of the force balance. Gorbian, I'm just, no, we're not getting into this.
Look, fleet isn't here to defend the host.
Gorbian, that is almost a bannable statement. That's almost a bannable level of misinformation. You know better. I am ashamed.
Brunon, I have a
So
question
is
in your
fleet
own.
in exile?
Brunon, I have a question for you that is definitely in your wheelhouse.
Oh God.
Go check out the Twitch chat. Nightbot is deleting Powder Monkey's messages.
In Twitch chat?
Yeah.
Why?
Nightbot has decided that Powder Monkey is evil. So they are now fighting a war. And Powder Monkey is losing to Nightbot.
Sorry.
Oh, it contains a link, and because our chats are shared. Okay, I understand why. You would need to go into Nightbot.
Runon, you are logged in as a moderator on Nightbot for me. I have designated you as a moderator for it.
Have you designated Powder Monkey account as a moderator and whitelisted it?
No, because you'd have to do that.
I don't think I can get into your Nightbot interface.
You can. I've designated you as a moderator on the Nightbot with access to it. You should have had an email sent to you.
Oh.
Whichever email is linked to your Twitch account. Knight 6831. If the Philippine Navy had ordered 6 Abakuma class destroyer escorts from the Japanese in the late 1980s, would that bring down the cost to where the JMSDF gets to Plan 11? Probably. But certainly it wouldn't hurt it.
I have no such email in my primary email account.
Nobody starts setting up a fight between Powder Monkey and Nightbot. It's not fair. Nightbot has all the ammunition.
We want to see the new series of Robot Wars.
If you log into Nightbot with your Twitch account, if you just go onto Nightbot dashboard and log in with your Twitch account, it will bring you straight to the system.
Okay, we'll try that. Nightbot login. Oh, well, that's funny.
You got in?
Yeah, I'm in.
Yay! It worked as it was supposed to. Nightbot has
Nightbot.
updated itself and has now disconnected itself from the YouTube, but it's still doing the Twitch. I've got to work out how to reconnect it back to the YouTube. Senator Canero, what if the World War II, the US Iowa BB-61 gets replaced with BB-4? How would the US Navy react and how would the ship be used? Okay. Alright, I'm going to just check something.
I think it's going to be scrapped for the bare metal.
I'm trying to work out
And I think
exactly
people are going to be very, very grumpy.
who Ernest King kills for this. That's what I'm going to checking and working. So,
Well, depending on when it happens, you might end up with Halsey aboard. Because didn't he use Iowa as his flagship at times? Only because I'd be slightly amused to see almost the rage between the two of them.
He used the Missouri most often, not Missouri, not the Iowa.
Oh.
Iowa class, but not an Iowa. Not Iowa. I think honestly, it's probably Ernest King starts killing people, and she's basically useless. She is useless. She's going to scrap, or maybe a museum if they're really lucky and they're trying to do some raise some war bonds or something.
Okay. I don't know if it will show, but I have added my Discord link and my Ko-fi link to the whitelist in Nightbot. So that shouldn't trigger Nightbot's moderation.
Okay, we will see. Please, everyone, though, stop trying to get Nightbot and Powder Monkey to fight. It's not nice. I don't want bot shed in the chat. It's traumatic.
Are you telling me that this is how the Dark Age of Technology / Men of Iron War start?
No, but I'm fairly sure this is how Megan got her start. Black Horse. What if the British asked the Americans for their capital ships to use in the Mediterranean because Churchill stopped their construction?
They aren't going to.
Well, if they did, would the Americans send anything for the Mediterranean? Potentially,
No.
Potentially Americans would send something for the Mediterranean, but it'd probably be nicer to get an older ship. It would probably some of the old big 14-inch gun ships. So,
my understanding of the planning, to some extent, was that the Americans would send ships to free up the modern British assets to go to the Far East.
Yeah. For D-Day.
The idea being that the British had some. Bear in mind, this is from the ABC One conferences, so it's before quite a few of. There's been a few British losses, but the idea being that you would get a few King George V and probably a few armoured carriers going to sort of Singapore, Ceylon, in exchange for getting some slow battleships going to kind of cover the gaps and some stuff to help basically block in anything the Germans try and sortie from Norway.
Yeah.
And things. It works. It has potential.
I think
it gets more complicated because of the oil losses.
If they're sending anything to the Mediterranean, I think it's going to be the Tennessee class. It's going to be the Tennessee. 12, 14-inch guns. They can handle themselves against pretty much anything in the Mediterranean. That's a ship which is going to handle itself against a Littorio. It's not going to be able to race a Littorio down like a Warspite can, but it's going to be able to hand itself.
Stafford, just a point of de facto channel policy, I usually use a 10-second timeout for such actions. $60 when somebody really goes off the rails.
And remind me, what's the penalty for just being a Seneca Nero?
Nightbot bans you.
Okay, just checking.
I thought the bigger penalty was for being a Timu, because then you get muted by Runon, and you get left muted all night, because by the time Dr. Clarke receives a message about them having to unmute poor Timu, Dr. Clarke had left the chat and gone off to hide in a bar for a bit.
To be fair, Timu was being very assertive on that
Also-
particular.
And quite rude.
On the
I
other
may
hand,
say
though,
so myself.
on the other hand, Discord is kind of silly that you cannot unserver mute someone if they are not in a VC.
Yeah.
Can't you just right click on their header?
Nope.
They have to be in a voice chat.
Really? That's
Yeah.
quite frustrating.
You don't say.
Basically, I think they went with Kearsarge for it because they've got Kearsarge and Kentucky in the class. I think honestly they went for that name because of the status of Kearsarge, because of its name and its history in the U.S. Navy.
That's a question. Well, why does Kearsarge come up in battleship names for the U.S. Navy, despite the fact it's not a state?
And because it defeated the Alabama in the Civil War.
Ah, okay.
So that's it. Basically, it was a sloop of war in the American Civil War which defeated the Alabama. And because of that, that's the status. So it got given a battleship. It then got given an Essex-class aircraft carrier. And... actually...
Yeah, but most things got an Essex-class carrier. They made so many of them.
Just imagine if the USN
also got a
had gotten its full
Wasp-class
order of
amphibious assault
Midway.
ship. So basically, every time they name a ship Kearsarge, they're basically sticking a boot into Alabama.
Don't worry, we make up for that by naming our army base generals.
Yeah. Knight 681. If the GMSDF had built 8 Taco class destroyer escorts as planned, what name other than JS Taco would they likely to be chosen? No frigging idea, realistically. The Japanese and their naming is sometimes mercurial, sometimes straightforward. Honestly, you probably want to look at the next class of ships and add their names on, because that's as close an example as we can give. That's a close answer we can probably get.
So the issue is, so there's 2 Takeos in Japan, both mountains. So it's a question of whether they're going with mountain names. In which case, look up a list of mountains in Japan, probably. Would be my guess. But I'm not. I'm just listening. Yeah, but that's very much a guess. I don't know what the Takeo class other names were to know whether that's actually accurate.
Well, yeah, so pretty much, that they are... I don't think any of them were actually built. I'm just trying to look them up. They were escort destroyers, I think, more than likely. And I think, in nicest way, escort. They're from the 1990s. Let's go to that class. Okay, then I've got that note. I've got notes, and that goes me to Clarke link, and that link takes me to that, and that link takes me to that, and so in terms of destroyers, destroyer escorts, we're talking about the ones that would have come after the after the Abakumas, but before the Megamis, which are new ones. Because they had turn 8. So yeah, probably. Yeah, I would be tempted to go with more mountains. But yeah, that the list, depending which house was in control of the court. Yeah. And again, the names of the Japanese ships are intriguing in some of their naming policies. For example, Megami, which is their new destroyer, which is their frigate class, has been an Izu class escort destroyer, has been a Yoda class high-speed cruiser, has been a Megami class, of course, heavy cruiser. You know, their names go all over the place to an extent. Mountain, rivers, or temple, yeah. Sam Thompson, the Sea People never disappeared. How soon did they start with war of the UK over control of the oceans and seas? Sea People.
The Bronze Age.
What?
The people who are linked with the Bronze Age collapse.
Yes.
Phoenicians?
Which are no, they're Phoenicians, the ones that collapsed. You're looking at basically a very large seafaring population come from the northern Mediterranean and Gaul and Germany area, and come south through Greece and Turkey and Levant.
Okay. So they are thousands of years before the UK.
Oh, Foxo, have I ever told you that you have some very interesting islands of information?
Yeah, the trouble is, I think Sea People. I'm just checking out. I'm going to look up their actual name because I think Sea People.
Because we don't actually know what they're called because they didn't write anything down. We just hit the Egyptian name for them, which means sea people.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's just a slightly random grouping because it's actually there's a couple of different lists extant, and it's got things like the Palisade. Well, of course, we don't really know what Egyptian sounded like because they didn't do vowels. But it's things. So one of the groups are thought to be the origins of the Palestinians, and that seems to be linked with Mycenaean pottery and ceramic styles. You've got the Sherdan, the Shekelesh, and people want to try and link them with Sardinia and Sicily.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head the names of the other ones.
So
they didn't just.
Leslie.
I remember.
Sorry, Foxo. Leslie.
I remember.
Foxo. Foxo.
Yeah.
Foxo, you speak Denrinon.
But just checked the webpage I've got for it, and it's the invasions of the Sea Peoples coincide after and during the tail end of a mini ice age. So it's believed to have its origin in large amounts of displaced Germanic and Celtic populations, which would move south. But this website's 14 years old, so don't know if that's up to date. I've been here since high school.
It's really hard. So from what I've managed to piece together more recently, it is some people. The problem is the timings on all of these things are really not as fixed as people would like to think.
You're talking 1200
the-
BC and further back, and it's basically at that point that timings get incredibly interesting.
Yeah, because it's things like the Bronze Age collapse potentially happened over the course of something like 75 years.
That is,
And you're like,
some of scholarship suggests that. I've seen some scholarship which suggests it takes place over the course of about 3 centuries. Because they call it the slow collapse, the plateau, and the final collapse phases.
Yeah, so it's
Leslie, I would hesitate to call any of my colleague historians' work guesswork, but I would say there is a point of history which I start to get distinctly uncomfortable with, is when we are using sources, when our source of information are sources based on sources based on sources, i.e. they are third-hand information. And those are our primary material for this, other than archaeology. And archaeology is great, but it's a case of let's say in 1,000 years someone discovers this. No phone, just this. What's it for? What's it do? What is it? In 1,000 years' time. And Jen, remember the things that the stuff we're talking about from 1200 BC, we're talking about stuff which is 3,000, nearly 3,300 to 5,000 years before our time.
Yeah, so you don't even have a concept of what they were interacting with.
Well, it's like when I hear people start turning around and going, you know what? The only thing that explains the Egyptian pyramids is magic, and I go, no. But just remember, our concepts of construction work and timely construction and labor, health and safety and labor are all very different today as well. Yeah, it's fun. But
what was the original question?
That's what I was getting about the question. So basically, Stafford, in the nicest way, if the sea people never disappeared, then you're dealing with an organisation which, if they've managed to form up and keep going, they will be roughly, by the time the UK starts to show up as a power, 2,500 years old, i.e. 25 centuries of power later. The difference in probable power between... They will probably be, by that point, after having managed to keep going for that long in that position, be pretty much the centre of the universe for the world. As far as the economics and everything of the world, because they'll have been stability and presence for that long. So everything will flow through them. So supplanting them will take a long time, if ever.
We're talking a continuous state long enough to make China look young.
Yes.
And you can, and under the premise of the question, you actually have better claims for this state being a continuous state versus China.
Black Horse.
No, somebody's got banned in China.
Oh.
Like China has been under continuous management.
In the nicest way, me and Drac, thanks to Bilge Pups and Jamie, have been banned in China many, many times. This is one of the reasons why we are strongly advising the Shipshape group to go the flight routes we are suggesting.
Yeah.
Wait, seriously?
Seriously, we've had some very, recently we did a video in the last two historians where we were talking about the special for the Shipshape group. Drac talked about the death threats he gets at one point.
Yeah,
you should see what we got from some some people in China over what we said in Bill Trump's occasion about the Chinese Navy.
Oops.
Yeah. Right, Black Horse. What if the US were able to control the fuel expansion on Lexington and get her back to Pearl Harbor? Will they still be able to get Yorktown patched on after Midway? If they're able to control the fuel explosion on Lexington, well, they probably would patch up. Ooh, it would depend which one's easier to get back and ready. If Yorktown's better, they'll get her patched up and put her off to Midway. And Lexington will go to have a major refit back in probably patched up in Pearl Harbor, and going up to Bremerton or wherever to get a full workup. That's probably what happens.
However, in the nicest way, you can't really control a fuel vapor explosion.
If they've managed to prevent basically the only way to control a fuel vapor explosion is to prevent it. So basically, you have to make sure the fuel is getting out into the rest of the oxygen outside and is not getting in confined space. So it dissipates.
Yeah, that's how you control a fuel vapor explosion. You make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Bone Meal Boy. Could Martlet-equipped helicopters be used to provide the second outermost layer of air defense against drones? And if so, how effective would this be? Theoretically, yes. And it could be quite effective, but they also can carry machine guns. And those might be just as effective and a lot cheaper. Basically, what you're talking about in terms of using Martlet-equipped helicopters, etc., they are going to be pretty much good defense against drones in terms of small surface drones, in terms of torpedo boat-sized drones and small boat-sized drones, and to an extent some aerial drones as well. But yeah. What people often forget about the pyramids is that they're a pyramid. The nicest way, think of how many babies can build a block shape, get a pyramid and build it correctly with blocks and things. It's
almost like pyramids are the most naturally stable structures possible to build.
Yeah!
Amy, why are you pointing at me? I'm very concerned now.
Anyway, Ronan's old enough, she can tell us how they were made. So how were they made?
See, what we did is we took a platoon out in the desert, and we had to share all the rocks that we found. So the sergeant would go and would tell us to pile them all up. And eventually, we got so many privates to go on so many rock hunts that we found that we built the pyramids of Giza. These little gray, weird-looking guys came down and they wanted to help, and we told them to quietly go walk off.
Stop. We'll stop with that. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. No, stopping, moving on to the next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What, in your opinion, was the most unsafe warship class ever built? Ignore HMS Captain. It's low-hanging fruit. By unsafe, I mean towards zone crew. I would personally pick any Japanese destroyer made in the late 1920s and early 1930s, and going out in any kind of rough weather.
Wasn't there something extremely exciting to do with the lighting and the electrics of some early-ish?
Oh, you mean arc electric lighting?
Yeah,
something like that.
Or electric arc lighting, the thing that terrifies me to my modern electrician core.
Yeah.
You know, how do we light up this space? I know, lightning.
Do you want to know what's more fun, Brunon?
No, I kind of don't.
Recently, I went down in an old mine with some very nice people down in Cornwall, and I was just doing some stuff down there. I wasn't allowed to do any filming, but I was down there helping out, and yeah, it turns out that mine was one of the first mines to get some electric lighting in it. And in these safety positions, they have electric arc lighting, and they still have it, and they're not sure how to remove it. And they thought it was dead, but they turned it on. And it was very interesting lighting effect, but I've also never seen someone move more quickly to turn it back off.
Yes, because if you are an electrician, that light is going to make a sound which you are like culturally ingrained to fear.
Do
I
not
was sitting there going,
speak of it,
I'm glad this
else
has been...
I will take
Yeah.
the skin from your bones.
I'm glad I was just glad it had been ventilated, because I was worried about coal dust. Or any dust down there, actually, because it's not a coal
Natural
mine.
gas.
It's a technically...
Natural gas and arc lighting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Do you want to explode?
I have fun in some of the places I go in Cornwall.
Foxo's on her Dr. Nefario arc.
Black Horse. What if USS Ranger had to be brought into Pacific in the beginning of World War II? Why do you hate the US Navy crew of USS Ranger that much? If she gets hit in any way by the Japanese, she's gone.
She has a very short and very bright career in the Pacific.
The best thing she does probably do is she probably distracts, probably provides an extra wave of attack, and probably provides something which acts as a sponge for attacks to attack her rather than something else. Something else. Yeah.
I mean, I could see using her once you get to the stage of sending escort carriers along as basically a bigger escort carrier, but it's...
Yeah. And the reason escort carriers are escort carriers is because in many ways they are small enough to be sacrificial. Ranger isn't. Jacob Van Eck, in the regards to the parachute course, was it worth it not giving... Yeah. Jacob Van Eck, in regards to the parachute course, was it worth it not giving second chances and kicking them out of the submarine force? I would say no, but the thinking of the time was very much on sink or swim when they originally brought in the parachute course. And the parachute course was at one point was famous around the world for being the toughest submarine command course in the world. And by the way, it still is considered the toughest, because whilst in the UK you may get a second chance if the reason you failed out was not absolutely okay, we're never trusting you with command of anything, actually. And it still is considered the absolute benchmark by which all these courses are measured. It is still considered the benchmark. And that's not me talking ego of anything. There is one of the interesting things I've had a lot of experience with is military education, is naval education. And this means I have often come across the various nations and various courses and what they do, and different courses, and what their view is on the courses. And there are two parts of the UK military education in terms of naval warfare which are considered absolutely first class and things that everyone likes to emulate. One of them is the Perisher, which still is to this day considered pretty much the toughest in the world because of the amount of work they make you do without using the computers and doing the stuff in your head. You have to be able to basically command and run a nuclear submarine in a full wartime scenario with none of your computers working to pass the Perisher. That's pretty much the basic standard. And two, it's the structure of flag officer training and just how much the British put into the Thursday War. And that was an interesting conversation to have with a US Navy officer who was basically going, so, Alex, you're an academic and you know this, and these guys have been telling me this, so are you honestly telling me that every Thursday the Royal Navy, wherever it is in the world, goes to war with itself? Yeah. Every Thursday they try out basically a full-on global... They have some ships are more involved in it than others around the world because of where they are. But yeah, and sometimes often the two countries involved are Devon and Cornwall, roughly, which are renamed, but you will involve Royal Marines. You'll involve every asset you can, especially grab stuff from the army if you can, and the Air Force if you can as well, and go to war every Thursday. And it is literally, how do I put this politely? The rule is you're playing for bragging rights. And everyone who's ever worked with the Brits will know, and has been following the bet system on my family's bet system on this thing, will know bragging rights in the UK count almost for more than money. In fact, they do often count for more than money. The ability to say you beat someone else can be an intoxicant of the most heady nature. Next one.
It's priceless because it's technically valueless,
Yes.
but it's priceless.
9681. If the Germans built 2 World of Warships Tier 10 Prince Albert armed with 9 350mm guns instead of the 2 Bismarck, how much worse off would the Germans be?
This.
Dragon, help!
Well, I'm not saying they're going to be worse off, but they're not going to be better off. They're going to be about the same, as far as I know.
No, I am. Those are the 350mm guns used in World War One.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm going to say that's much worse, in my opinion.
Well, honestly...
Isn't she one with dual casemates?
No, this one thankfully doesn't have those.
Okay,
She's now got triple turret secondary batteries.
I need to briefly interrupt this discussion to admonish one of our YouTube mods who is attempting to induce bribery to have people ask more questions. Carry on.
Well, yeah, these are the 1919 mount. She's then got 4 triple 150mm guns in turrets, and then 9 twin 128s also in turrets.
The thing is, she's actually a decent cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. In nice way, you wouldn't build her necessarily. If you're going to build something like this, you might build her also instead of the hippers. So you could end up with as many as 6 of these, which would actually be quite a scary formation for the British to deal with.
Honestly, these instead of Scharnhorst, even I might be okay with.
I mean, if you built these instead of Scharnhorst, hippers, and Bismarck and Tirpitz, the sheer number you get out, because you were focusing on these, you could end up with, like... Sorry about that. Sorry about the sneeze. You'd end up with, like... Ooh... So you end up with just probably about 12. Efficiency, etc., all the things, if you're just building these. You can end up with 12 of these, and possibly even get Graf Zeppelin finished. And let's be honest, that's a scary thing for the British to have to deal with, because the sheer number. It's always the problem with the Germans, is their sheer number and force generation.
I still don't like the fact she has 2 triple 6-inch on either side, but I guess the Italians have done it, so sure.
Let's be honest.
Bismarck had the twins, so can't argue much. The Scharnhorst also had 6-inch. So
Yeah.
why are we sticking Königsberg turrets on this?
Life happens. No, I think Stafford is being a very good mod, and is trying to encourage as many people as possible to try and curry favour with my mother, I think. This is what I know. I notice is going on sometimes. I sit there and go, yeah. It's like, yeah. It's like, Mum, I just got a message from my mum, flash up on the WhatsApp, going, have you yet liked Stephen Meyer's super chat from earlier? And I went, I'm sure I did. I know I hadn't. I do apologise, Stephen. But yes, this is what's going on at the moment in my life.
for
then.
those who are wondering, we are at about 42 questions in the queue.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Also, this is the Stafford question that I think the Stafford question is the next one that we didn't get to answer last week, which I did
Yeah.
see Stafford, just only saw it much later.
Yeah. Foxo and Dragon. What Warship anime series would you like to become a character in if you could Q-snap yourself in, and why? And I will be back in a second. I'm off to try and blow my nose because I have no idea why suddenly I'm so...
I'm sure last week it was a slightly different question, but
That was between AL and KC. This one's in general.
no, that one wasn't between AL and KC. It was more Warship girl style, I wanted to say, which technically includes a lot more than that. Because a Warship anime series could include anything from Zaipang to, technically speaking, Space Battleship Yamato. But
Honestly, I know it's not. It's got warships in it, but I don't know if it would count.
go on.
The Rangian Saga. No, sorry,
Oh.
Vinland Saga.
I say it's why I'm pretty sure this wording's slightly different this week to what it was last week. But I cannot be 100% certain.
Because the big issue is, are you a part of the plot or are you just in the world?
Because
Like-
being in the world for a lot of these animes is not a good time.
Like, take one of my favorites, KC. If you're not around Portsmouth, New York, San Diego, Okinawa, or Tokyo, and Brest, you're basically dead.
Yeah, okay, so it was mostly the same as just Warship anime, what Warship anime girl or what Warship anime series or game would you snap yourself? Would you like to snap into, given the powers of Q, and what shenanigans would you get up to in them? So, basically the same. I misremembered it. If I know I'm not going to die immediately, as your lane's interesting. Although the one I'd actually jump to more is the older one, which people remember to a degree, but which is Arpeggio Blue Steel. If I'm not, going to immediately die, and if humanity doesn't also
Die.
complete... yeah.
Yeah, these warship ones tend to be existential crises.
Yeah, humanity
like
being
the
cut off from
existential
all...
crisis.
Humanity being cut off from all forms of the ocean and naval travel is a minor hamper on things, usually.
Because I mean, if I knew I was someone important and I had a bit of plot armor, it would be Azure Lane.
Oh no, here we go again.
But the issue is I don't have plot armor. I am sickly as all hell already.
I would say a Fox Girl slash Warship Girl, as you'd probably snap yourself into the form of in Azure Lane, would probably have plot armor given to her de facto.
So Shinano.
Yes.
Because this is a discussion we've had multiple times, and yeah, no, Foxo loves Shinano.
Yep. So Foxo becomes Shinano.
Sleepy tail. Or Musashi if I'm on a Dark Girl streak.
But yeah, overall, personally, if I'm not going to end
Foxo,
up exploding...
basically our very own resident Fuomoko in one soul.
Okay, so forgive me. Was this ever confirmed that in Azure Lane, displacement and human form
Not
superstructure
true.
are directly related?
Nope. Because we have destroyers with cruiser-style bodies, or battleship-style bodies.
Yeah, so
It's entirely up to whatever
KC
you
is
are.
literal magic. No, KC is their form correlates with their ship selves, as our lane is unlinked.
Even Casey's lost it over time a bit. Original Casey was. Ish.
I don't know, the fact that Hood's the same height as Yamato,
Ryujo.
yeah,
Ryujo is all I need to say to counter that.
Counterpoint Ryujo's mumboat, though. You can't have a tall and sharp mumboat.
Okay, right.
There's a reason she's described as a washboard.
Okay, we now move to beyond the question. So, Wayne's World of Science and Technology. USN has a brainstorm and adopts the Swordfish as a torpedo scout bomber. Implications of the Pacific War. There are going to
Well,
be...
that's interesting.
There are going to... Considering the US would... Depending on when they do it, they wouldn't necessarily have time to adopt the night flying, night strike doctrine. In which case, they probably end up with a lot of massacred torpedo bomber forces. But, you know, they would have a lot more torpedo bombers. A lot more.
You know,
They'd just
to a
be
degree,
slower
I
and
know.
orientated around night strike without the things they need for, yeah. To a degree, though, they would have one advantage. They go slow enough, it would actually be difficult for the Zeros to slow down enough to engage them.
Oh, here we go again. Confident fighter thinks can take out Swordfish. Goes for the dive and overshoots. All of a sudden, why am I being shot at by a bullet?
Yeah. The fact it happened so many times in World War II is kind of disturbing. The sheer amount of times you get these Axis pilots from both the Italian and the German Luftwaffe, the Regia Aeronautica and the Luftwaffe, claiming most assuredly they were shot down by Spitfires or top-of-the-line fighters. And then you look up and the only aircraft in that area operating for the Allied side, anywhere in that area, are Swordfish. And the Swordfish report is... Fighter dived on us, went ahead, we fired machine guns, didn't see them again. Lucky hits happen, people. Lucky hits happen.
Does it go then, BB?
The fact that some of the Royal Navy pilots who became aces in World War II started off in Swordfish and got their first registered kills in Swordfish should scare a few people. Especially every time someone turns around and goes, the Swordfish is such an old-looking aircraft. It's such a World War I aircraft. You go, yeah, it's right. But in the nicest way, the Swordfish got more kills of Me-109s than the Skua dive bomber, which is supposedly the modern-looking aircraft in comparison.
Yes, but that's because you Brits never fight fair. If you just fought fair, people would have a better time.
Why would you fight fair?
Because your honor. Be more like Zuko.
Honor is for peacetime and small children and innocence. War is for getting it over and done with as quickly as possible so you can get back to enjoying your life. That is the thing.
Unless it's with the French, in which case...
I will always, in the nicest way, if I'm fighting someone who enjoys war, that is a good thing. It means they aren't gonna thinking about ending war. They're wanting to keep it going, which means that gives me an opportunity because they're not going to be thinking the same way I'm doing. It's like if I'm fighting someone who's prepared to die for what they're fighting for. That's good. Then both they and I had the same thing in mind, them dying, because I want this war over and done with as quickly as possible.
All we're saying is to give war a chance.
No, I want to get home. I want to get home to my turkey dinner with all the Yorkshire puddings and nice little chipolata sausages on the side.
Stafford, I can.
Good for the economy.
Stafford, no, it's not. Stafford, I can acquiesce to nothing being fair in war. Nothing being fair in love is an excellent way to get shot, stabbed, or burned.
No,
and yes, AC-75. My mind went there. My mind went there as well. Your goal is not to die for your country. Your goal is to get the other poor to die for his country.
Yes.
War's a really good way to get unemployment down.
Okay, all right, yeah, fair enough.
Well, it's like in the nicest way. There are some Royal Marines I used to hang out with who used to sing regularly, "War, what is it good for? It pays our wages." But that doesn't mean that that's what you that does ruin that song completely. I do agree, but it was kind of an on the nose point. Black Horse. What if the US or British used swordfish in the Pacific against the Japanese? The British did use swordfish against the Japanese, and Operation C. If the strike had actually gone in, if they hadn't read off the details wrong and headed it off into the wrong location, they'd actually headed off to the right direction. They headed off very confidently in the wrong direction. Basically, that's why the strike missed in Operation C. There would have been a swordfish albacore night strike on the Japanese carriers in the Indian Ocean, and yeah. That would have been an interesting thing, because I've wargamed that a couple of times, and the best thing for the Japanese is if the British focus in on the 2 carrier task force rather than the rest of the ships, because then they only lose the 2 carriers. Because the British are using their air search radar to guide them in, that's what they're planning on using, so they will be guided in on the biggest targets which are there. If they are guided in just on that, they take out that task force's carriers and cruisers. And then the Japanese have a problem in the morning of what do we do? And probably they withdraw from the Indian Ocean, because honestly, if they've just lost 2 carriers overnight, that I don't see Nagumo hanging around to find out what's out there waiting for him. And also, the British will be playing defence during the day. They'll be moving away from the Japanese. They'll have their fighters all up. They'll be playing defence. They're not playing for prizes in the daytime. They're not trying to do strikes that you can follow back in daytime. They're doing night strikes when they know the Japanese aren't able to fly. They know they haven't got a force to fly at night to do it. Again, the British don't play fair.
The tricky Brits, the tricky limeys, don't play fair.
But there is the scenario where the British instead hits the force which has the Congos and the free carriers in it, and it's 2 carriers worth of torpedo bombers doing night strikes on ships which don't have radar guided air defense AA guns, and the strikes are radar guided. So yeah. And they won't see or necessarily hear the Brits coming till it's too late. So the odds are the Japanese lose, because the Brits will be focusing in on the carriers definitely, but the Congos will be their secondary target. That they could find themselves with a very slow task force next day. Which means the British can probably keep tabs on them and attack them again in the following evening, or if they do enough damage to them, then you have a very high chance that in the late hours of the night, even later, just probably when the night's at its darkest, which always remember it's darkest just before the dawn. It's not just a line of song; it's actually true. The horizon opens up with flame and fury as HMS Warspite closes in for the kill, and that is actually Somerville's plan. If enough of them are taken out in the night strike, in the carrier strike, and he's prepared to launch up to 2 strikes to do it, so he's prepared to have the aircraft come back, reload them, and send them off again, his plan is to engage in a surface action with Warspite and with the R-class coming up behind him. And that there is a scenario there. It's not a high probability. Please, I'm not saying this is a high probability. The likely scenario is it's the 2 carriers get wiped out and the Japanese withdraw. And nice way, that's the likely scenario. There is a scenario whereby the Japanese lose all 3. They lose at least 3 carriers, lose all 4 Congos, and possibly get the other 2 carriers damaged. And the Kido Butai is what ceases to exist after the Indian Ocean, and it's being taken out by the Brits, not the Americans, at Coral Sea and Midway. And then we have to deal with the whole, what does the historical narrative of World War II become then? If it's the Brits that wipe out the Japanese fleet.
Especially if it's the Brits that wipe out that deliver the death blow when in a nighttime surface gun action.
Yeah. Let's be honest. People will forget that the carrier strikes will be remembered, but the image of Warspite soloing, engaging the fleet, leading the battle line in the next day and blasting away. Warspite then gets preserved as a memorial. I don't care what happened. She ain't being scrapped at that point. After fighting in Matapan and that action, she's not being scrapped.
Yeah, but that requires the British government to want to spend money and have a forward thinking.
No, at that point, that would be because that would be the ship which also got revenge for the Americans. It would be, in nicest way, for the Brits, that would be the ship that secured Britain's position as a world power. Still, after the war's over, because the Brits were the ones who won the Pacific War by sinking the Japanese fleet. You remember? At that point.
Fair enough.
It's a public opinion plus it's a politics thing. It's a very interesting bit of history. Yeah.
Listen, at this point, I'm an aspiring limey as a matter of self-preservation.
Also, we vastly encourage subversion and things internally, so
yes,
entirely welcome.
Now,
please don't make that joke.
Oh, next question. Nice to hear, everyone. Would the Panzer Chief be better or worse off if they had 305mm instead of 283mm guns, as in World of Warships Closed Test 14.6 Tier 8 knees back is a P class with 305mm guns?
Dragon, help!
Someone has found dev blog number one for 14.6 very clearly.
Given the 12-inch guns, that's not really going to make any difference. In the nicest way, it doesn't really make any difference. 12-inch guns, 11-inch guns doesn't make any much of a difference for Panzer Chief. They are still not fast enough, don't have enough guns, and not in a good enough position for to punch up. They are very heavy cruisers, and the worst thing they could do is by being 12-inch gun ships is they might be perceived as just being dangerous enough that the British move up the ordering of the vanguards. And that's a problem.
No, it's not.
Okay, so it's like this ship in World of Warship is a skill issue. Skill issue.
No, Shell's the other one.
Skill issue.
Yeah. And, getting back to the point earlier, the thing about the Indian Ocean raid, it's always supposed to remember, is that at night, the British can body the Japanese fleet. In daytime, it's probably the reverse if the British get caught. And literally the differential is the Japanese, they have great night fighting surface doctrine with visual aids. They don't have radar, and they don't train their aviators to fly. They don't have night control, night flying, and night strike capability. So that is the differential. Basically, depending upon time of day, one fleet can body the other. It's a really weird scenario because people will read off the stats to me and go, well, the Japanese should win this. And I go, yes, they will in daytime. In nighttime, look at those stats again. The stats change completely because suddenly all these capabilities on the Japanese side go, phoom. And that's it.
Stupid question, potentially. Did the Japanese have an ability to detect radar?
They were working on it. They didn't have it at that point in the war. They do.
So you could basically use it.
One of the things you have to remember is the Japanese are developing radar. They do develop radar systems. They don't have them at that point in the war. Most of their radar systems are into practical service and practical use much later in 1942, beginning 1943.
So you
It's
can basically just have your radar running. Slightly scary.
yeah.
If you know what frequency the enemy radar is operating on, you can listen for it essentially, but you're going to have hard times triangulating it if you.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what would happen if, for the Washington Naval Treaty, the cruiser gun limit wasn't capped at 8-inch but 9.2, and a tonnage per cruiser was 12,000 tons instead of 10,000 tons? You get a lot of 9.2-inch gun cruisers, and they actually look like something approaching a heavy cruiser. But honestly, if it's a 9.2, the counties are probably 9. The counties are probably maybe 9.2-inch guns, but probably 8 in four twin turrets. It's going to also do is it's going to, if you've got 9.2-inch guns as it and 12,000 tons, you're possibly going to have to up the battleship the battleship loads. Walter Brothers, actually no, getting rid of Churchill is not as outlandish as people often presume. You have to remember the campaign, the political campaign of that period does actually bear a lot of the weight for it, and honestly, the Conservatives ran one of the worst political campaigns ever. Churchill basically left it in the hands of Anthony Eden and a few others to run the campaign because he was too busy coordinating the war, and they got stomped over by Labour. People forget how good the Labour Party's political campaign was in that period, and they were all about building post-war, building a nation post-war, how it was going to be fit out, how it was going to be rebuilt, how it was going to be better, all these things. And that won. And this is the people think about it as being a rejection of Churchill. It's not so much as a rejection of the Conservative Party political campaign and how badly it's fought. It is really one of the worst. If you want to go and look it up, go look at the literature, you'll find it's one of the worst political campaigns that any has ever been waged in the UK by any political party. It is really, really bad as a political campaign. And then Churchill, of course, gets re-elected at the next election, and he basically overhauls the Conservative Party campaign team and everything in between that time, and runs it very, very much, very, very differently. And that's the difference. So it's not so much a rejection of Churchill. This is the trouble. It's too much. Sometimes it's placed as a rejection of Churchill because that makes it nice and easy for people to go, it's a rejection of Churchill. It's not. It's the local campaign. It's what they're promising. You know, the Labour Party are promising to sort things out, to fix houses, to make them better. They've got a whole portfolio, and they've got a really good team as well when they're doing it. And this is the point. They have a good political team that they are putting forward at this point. And it's also one of those periods where it's really kind of hard to understand these days that both sides were full of real political heavyweights. Both campaigns were full of real political heavyweights. But one side were basically focused on running the war, and the other side was part of the coalition government that was running the war, were had a far better campaign machine running locally to actually run the election, to get their votes out, to get the people to vote for them. And that's what happened. No. Yeah,
I think there was also just a sense of, was there not just a bit of a sense of exhaustion with the Conservatives? Because they had been in power for a long time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there had been a Conservative government for a long time.
Or at least a seemingly Conservative government, because you'd had various coalitions and things like that. But it had been kind of, and I think that's.
If we consider since 1922, there had been, how do I put this? It had been almost constant. In fact, it's almost constantly Conservative from 1922 till the Labour Party basically usually gets about a couple of years maybe 6 years or so. That's under Harold Wilson, is when they get 6 years. It's when Winston Churchill loses in May 1945, and there's this election which leads to Attlee getting a ministry. And he does have two Attlee. There are two Attlee ministries. There's a 19. He does quite well in terms of this thing. And again, this is one of the things which is forgotten. The Conservatives have been in power since 1935. They've been in power for 10 years. Before that, there was a national government which was led by Ramsay MacDonald. And before that, it was, it goes back, it's sort of conservative, and it's been one of those things. And you do have, again, Clement Attlee is a very good politician and very much a heavyweight, just as much as Churchill is in terms of the politics of the time.
I mean,
it's him and Churchill that make that get out of the political fight of 1940, isn't it? That form the Unified Party.
Yes.
United Government.
Yeah.
And Clement effectively was able to marshal the left wing and the communists for people.
Yeah, he's effectively able to stop the communists being a problem during World War II. He's very effective at it. Stafford, what is your opinion on the most underrated warship in history and why? Underrated warship in history. Basically, any of the 64s, they tend to get forgotten. Versus the 74s. But there are sloops and all sorts of things which are forgotten for things,
Jesus of Lubeck.
Okay.
How many people actually know about her?
How
Not
many
enough.
people have watched Crack's video?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be kind of focusing around sort of sloops and other ships that kind of went around. I mean, there's some amazing stuff done with kind of survey work and mapping, which doesn't seem sexy, but actually is pretty dangerous, because it's like, oh, I wonder if there's any reefs here that will destroy my ship whilst I'm off the coast of Australia in the mid to late 18th century, where the chances of rescue are shark and more shark and O. So saltwater crocodile. So yeah, and also it was I think it was Captain Cook who kind of managed to take the British fleet up the St. Lawrence River to the Plains of Abraham to enable the taking of Quebec and things as well. So yeah, it's those sorts of things, because they went around and they did amazingly good stuff as warships, really unimpressive.
Yeah.
In terms of what they did and learnt, amazing.
Knight 6831, the thing about making Warspite Museum, and the reason I was talking about that point is it's not about economics, it's about national status. You have to remember, especially after World War II, where Britain's got all the problems going on, and it would still even have problems after this World War II, Britain would be... Warspite would sort of be a symbol, because of all the things she'd have been involved in by that point, of Britain's status in the world. And it's cheaper to maintain a status symbol in a museum than actually have to be actually have to do the things which necessarily maintain your position, your status in the world by other means. So basically, it's a politics reason. And Britain does maintain a lot of things for that reason. Whilst they don't maintain warships in that period, they don't pick a warship to maintain. There are other things they do, though, which are along those lines.
I would say there's a not impossible chance that if it is British warships, the Royal Navy, the Empire Navy, which is known as the Avengers of Pearl Harbor,
Yeah.
that is going to change the post-war diplomatic engagements.
There's also a scenario where I could see someone like Nimitz, etc., considering how much funding he does in Japan, organizes things in Japan for funding, could well organize that there be some American money put towards keeping Warspite going. After all, what she did.
Yeah, because it's, if nothing else, it is going to put a bug in the ear of the average American voter that the British made meaningful contributions to the Pacific War.
Yeah.
Whereas, especially growing up in America nowadays, you don't learn about the Indian Ocean campaign. You don't learn about the British and Australian contributions to the South Pacific campaign. It is essentially Pearl Harbor, Midway, Guam, maybe Guadalcanal, the island hopping campaign, nuke, done.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question. Black Horse. What if the US and British decide to swap destroyers and cruisers in order to help out in the Med during World War II against the Japanese in Guadalcanal? Okay, the main thing... Please note, but when we talk about the technology between the Brits and the American ships, they have half a dozen one, 6 of the other. Okay, they're a slightly different style of operations, so they're a slightly different build. The main thing you get if you swap British and American ships in Guadalcanal, because the Americans have shown out covering for the Mediterranean and the British ships are out there instead, is the British commanders have been at war since 1939. They zigzag in their sleep. The Americans, when they get to Guadalcanal, they've still got officers who are still getting used to the fact they're actually in a war, not peacetime. The British have mostly had those officers for the Royal Navy by this point are mostly dead. That's the sad thing. Rob Denvan, the British were in the Pacific War. There were a lot of submarines taking part out of Australia and all sorts of things. The British are doing all sorts of interesting things in the Pacific War. They're not doing the massive fleet involvement because they're in the Mediterranean. They're doing the other theatres. That's it. The theatres are signed off, and that's where they go. And the Brits have a fleet in the Indian Ocean doing stuff in the Indian Ocean, basically supporting.
I know you
it's you might be joking, might not be joking, but I'm going to answer the question. I guess.
Yeah, I know that you.
But I answer the question anyway because you'd be surprised at the amount of people who would comment that and actually mean it.
He's likely answering it for everybody who isn't you.
Yeah.
Or sees this afterwards.
Yeah. It's basically in a nice the amount of people. I have to educate people on the Dutch involvement in those things and what they were getting up to. And it's always interesting. It's fun when you go to Leyte Gulf and you go. So you sit there and go, how do the British Admiralty have so many records for things like Leyte Gulf and Guadalcanal and Java Sea and Coral Sea and Midway and all these things? And these are official Admiralty accounts from the British Admiralty. Why? Because there are ships taking part in them who have Admiralty-supplied crews. Some of them are Australian crews, some of them others parts of so, and they are around and they're involved, and the British intelligence involved. So the British get all the information back and do their own accounts. And I'm going to do a video this year on the British opinion on the leaderships at these various battles, coming through these accounts. And literally, I'm putting it together. I'm reading this book and going to record it. Probably next Saturday, but it's going to be one of the videos in September, and it's a really interesting analysis of what the British are getting out there and what they think of the commanders. And of course, in typical British fashion, it's not stated that they think this commander is an idiot. It's just phrases like, what is possibly an unwise maneuver or an unsound proposition comes out. Very fun. It's interesting to read and see what we think about it today. Black Horse, what if, if basically the differential there is going to be the fact that there is a far greater preponderance in the British fleet of officers who are now understand they're at war and are going to, whereas for the Americans still at Guadalcanal, they still have some officers who are...
It would be closer to the US Navy of 1944.
Yes.
In terms of experience.
Yeah.
You know, the ones who... When they are just shattering the Japanese, because they've got the experience and they know what they're doing with their tech and things.
And that's
and you do have the British do like fighting at night, and so will discover what the Japanese are up to and go, "Ooh, goody!"
Yeah. Oh, you want to play in the dark? That's nice. We like to play in the dark too. Our methodology is a little different from you. A little differently from yours, though. You like to fire long-range torpedo salvos, but we zigzag, which means you have to get closer to be able to fire them. And that's the thing. Zigzagging doesn't mean you're immune to torpedo fire. It means that if you want to fire at ships which are zigzagging, you have to get closer to do it. And getting closer is the problem, because once you start getting closer, they could spot you on their radars and decide they're going to get closer to you. And the British like to get close enough that they only start firing when they see your guns twitch. That's what they do. They hold their fire till they see your guns start to twitch. And then they fire. And there will be some very, very nasty fight. Yeah. And it's one of those things of you have to be very careful in telling it, because people sometimes take it as you denigrating the Navy. No. It's not. You're dealing... Think of the size of Navy you're dealing with. By the way, and this is going to sound shocking and terrible, but if we ended up, and I hope we don't, because it would be a very bad thing for the world, if we ended up in another major oceanic war, I could guarantee you the navies in the first few months would lose ships because their commanders would... some commanders would take that... would just not have woken up to the fact that they are in a full-blown war yet. You know, there's that lesson from the Falklands War where one of the best captains down there, he's in charge of HMS Invincible, the aircraft carrier, and he's firing his sea darts at an incoming target. He fires one, he fires two. Takes a second, remembers that he's actually not in an exercise where he's always ever fired a maximum of 2 missiles per exercise, and then starts ordering firing 3, firing 4, fire 5, fire 6. The thing is, if he was against the Soviets, with the sheer amount of weight they'd be chucking at him, that hesitation between firing 2 and firing 3 could have been enough to cause his ship to be killed. And this is a good captain. He is a very good captain. Trust me on this. And that's what we're talking about. It's that kind of hesitation. It's being human. Okay. What if the modern US Marine Corps replaced the USMC of 1941? Lord help everyone. Especially if they take their weapon systems back on them.
If they get the weapon systems, yeah.
Yeah, if they don't have the weapon systems, then it's not so good. But if they have their weapon systems, they body them.
Yeah.
F-35Bs for starters. Black Horse, what if some of the US submarines decided to borrow British torpedoes, maybe from Singapore, before it fell? We've talked about this before. Basically, it's a good way to make use of torpedoes.
To the last question, because my push to talk failed to push to talk. it's going to be interesting to see the equivalency rate between Pervectin and the combination of Zin and Monster that the current U.S. Marine Corps runs on.
I was just checking. Okay, they've fortunately they have been making crayons since 1903, so they will be able to maintain their diet of crayons.
Aye.
Would the Hawker...
I'm sorry, you single-handedly changed the war, thinking about it.
Okay, yeah.
The Marines are taking back Monster. And jokes aside, energy drinks would be very much a changer for on the infantry scale at that point.
Yeah, but also it might be used to replace amphetamines, which would be better for their commanding officers.
Exactly.
Right, 1981's question. Would the Hawker P1121 really be a good alternative for Phantom? The scenario where you're pursuing that instead of the Phantom is one where you've sold the CVA-1 and all these things as being going down the all-British route, and you're basically advertising as British. So is it a good alternative? It's going to work. Is it as good as the Phantom? Oh, probably. That's half a dozen, 1/6 the other. It's going to be working a different way, and you're going to have to work out how to use it differently. But the thing is, if you're building that one, you are going firmly down the British industry route, which is probably going to secure your CVA-1 build, etc., because of the amount of British industry involved. What do you all think? Foxo especially. P1121 instead of Phantom.
That's the one that was made with the French, wasn't it? No. I mean, if they can get the Griffon, the Gryphon Gyron working, it'll make a very good jet aircraft.
It's always looked to me like a bit like a British F-16 from the 1950s.
I mean, so when would the Royal Navy be getting this?
It would be developed and would be bought instead of the Phantom.
So what, in the late 60s?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's had enough time to mature in that time, because it's like the Phantom's acquired 10 years after this, the Hawk has stopped. It's going to be a worse aircraft, but it's also one that's going to come in significantly before the Phantom.
Yeah, which means you probably still have it in service. It's an interesting one.
Which means it's probably matured in a way we can't tell.
Yeah. Okay, next question.
Probably find Winder on it.
Yeah, it probably will be interesting. Black Horse. Can't wait for the video on the non-scuttling of the German High Seas Fleet at the end of the World War I. Any sneak peeks into it? No. Mainly because it's... How do I put this politely? If I open up the video, open up the list, it's... I think it's one of the ones I'm actually... Yeah, it's one of the ones I'm actually writing this week, so there's no sneak peeks available because it's literally not been written yet. But I can tell you now, it's a nightmare and treaties aren't happening, okay? Treaties aren't happening. Dark Star, did the British Phantoms not need Rolls-Royce Spays with reheat to work for Royal Navy carriers? Yeah, they did. But still, it's a fun thing. Basically, it's one of the options you can do, and the Royal Air Force I have to admit, has been far more successful in this sometimes than the Royal Navy, for some reason. In terms of, to protect your procurement program, you wrap it in the Union Jack, sing, shout, you rule Britannia so loudly, wangle jobs, throw jobs in front of everyone until they go off crying rather than cut your program. It's a very sensible policy. It's something which the Royal Navy has started to adopt far more vigorously. They used to do it quite well in the interwar period. Then they got very bad after World War II, till about 2005, and suddenly from about 2005 onwards, the Royal Navy started to rediscover this methodology. Slowly rediscover this methodology of how you get procurement done. And it could be interesting because there is a possibility we could be seeing some very interesting orders very soon. There's lots of interesting things being discussed. Senecanero, what if shortly before Pearl Harbor, some US submarine commander goes rogue and torpedoes the Japanese carriers?
It's a diplomatic incident.
I'm trying to think which submarine in Pearl Harbor would have working torpedoes to go and take out the Japanese. They'd have to have the older torpedoes.
He would very quickly not have been going rogue.
Yes. And
because that's probably not going to stop the assault on the Aleutians in the Philippines.
No.
Which is still a declaration of war.
Yes. So probably he and his crew get Congressional Medals of Honor.
And told never do that again.
And promoted rapidly. Also, in the nicest way, Pearl Harbor. If Pearl Harbor's not hit and the carriers have all been taken out, they have problems. Thank you. I've got 350 followers now on Twitch. Thank you. Belix you. Thank you. I had no idea I got to 350 followers. I've been 349 for so long. I really hadn't noticed it. Thank you. Senecanera, what if, to shortly answer that one, Avro Castanea. Avro of Canada gets their hands on a 737-200 and starts using it for starting point in 1935. What did he use the resulting aircraft for? Oh, good lord. A 737-200.
So I'm not sure that's even possible to be built at that point.
You can't. You don't have the turbines. You don't have the high bypass turbines.
No, but if you've seen one, you can potentially make one. Because remember, they do. You
Is
are
the
doing.
metallurgy there?
Easy answer, no.
Yeah.
It's the metallurgy. It's going to be the problem.
High density, lightweight aluminium alloys, especially for the wing roots. No.
Oh, I was just thinking of the metallurgy for the turbine blades.
No, the turbine metallurgy is there. It's not at the right price point, but it is there. I think,
but it's the actual.
What you will produce will not be a 737-200 based off it. It can, if you can get it and rip it apart, you can get a lot of interesting ideas from it. You can develop a lot of things based on it, but you won't be building a 737-200. You will be building something which is has some interesting capacities, has an interesting it would be a very useful thing, but you have to remember Avro Canada might not get to keep it for long. It might be sent over to, especially in 1935, it might well be sent over to the UK, somehow sent over to the UK for analysis. Probably loaded on a ship for it, because I doubt they can fly the thing. There's all sorts of technologies and stuff. And think about this. There's the radar in it. Especially the older 737-200s.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but was it this one or its successor that was fly-by-wire?
Honestly, I'm not familiar enough with the 737 line to be able to tell you that.
'Cause if it's still manual control, they could probably fly it. If it's fly-by-wire, no. Apparently there's a podded engines version of it.
It's an interesting thing if you get it back. It's going to lead to a lot of interesting development, and it's coming back just about in time enough to have a big change on things, because it's just about enough in time. You've got 4 years. You've got enough already development already going on things. What I always try to explain is what happens during a wartime is it doesn't accelerate development of new technologies. It accelerates the implementation of technology which has already been developed but have not reached the price point which they can be implemented. You spend money in wartime on implementation, not on development of new things which may lead to stuff. You implement stuff which you are fairly sure is going to work because you want to get something into service. So that's what's going to be the interesting thing. It's going to change what you think is viable for implementation. And it will probably boost up things like jet turbine, turbine development, jet engine development, all those things. It'll be an interesting thing to see. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in January 1st, 1942, all American cruisers suddenly became county-class cruisers and all destroyers became trumpet-class destroyers? I'm sure I've answered this question before.
The US is tearing its hair out.
But, well, the US suddenly does have an air defense improvement, because, let's be honest, you can use depending on which branch of county class, I'm going to presume they have the branch of counties which can use their 8-inch guns as AA guns, because, well, why not have that as an advantage? And the US is tearing the hair out because, look, I've got a video coming up which is about the guns on this, and the thing is, the 4.7-inch gun is a good gun. The 4.5-inch gun is a good gun. The real advantage of the 5-inch 38, which is a good gun, and what makes it an exceptional gun, is the mount, which allows it to be angled in a true dual-purpose mount and truly used in a dual-purpose way. It's not the gun, as in the barrel, as in the weapon, it's the mount it's on. You could take if you applied the same mounting technology to a 4.5 or 4.7, they would be just as well remembered as the 5-inch 38. Because they are all good guns. They're all individually good guns with good performance characteristics. But you couple a good gun with a great mount and you have an exceptional weapon system. And that's the point. And that's what the Americans will be really missing at this point. So rapid rearmament of everything with 5-inch 38s is probably going to happen. How many questions left in the queue?
1 moment. Notionally 26.
Oh.
I'm going to
It is
bow
midnight,
out.
so someone has to go off to work. And,
Yep.
make sure you get the mints for the turn-down service. I'll be expecting a full cooked English breakfast for them in the morning. The normal stuff. Thanks, mate, and Zora. Don't worry. Thank you.
I am expecting payment in the form of you bringing naval history books.
There's all sorts of things coming up with me. I don't think there's any
If you're
books.
coming up in the Volvo, I expect it to be full.
There aren't any books coming with this time because of the various things going on, but there is actually going to be stuff down here for when you come down here, because I'm hoping when you come down here, I'm going to take you down into a mine.
Oh.
That's a very concerning thing to say to most people.
I
there's
have mentioned claustrophobia in my feelings about submarines.
yes,
haven't I?
but this is a perfectly good mine.
To be fair, I did basically grow up on the London Underground, so I can't really claim not to go underground.
And its
Sometimes.
deepest point is, I think, 230 fathoms, so you'll be fine.
Why is it in fathoms?
Because
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
mines always
thinking that.
mines always measure things in fathoms once you get below the waterline.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know, that seems unfathomable to me.
Okay, she can get away with that, but I can't get away with my puns.
What are you talking about? Foxo didn't make a pun. Foxo was just stating a
Do you know
point.
the difference between you and I? Do you know the difference between you and I, Ronan? I'm adorable. That's the difference.
Ow. Ouch.
This feels like the perfect point for me to step out.
I guess
Yeah,
I guess I should
I-
just resign myself to being the ugly spintress of the ship shape auxiliary.
Take care, Raider Cute.
Okay.
Is that what we're called now?
Yes, that's what we've been called for a while.
9681.
No, it's rude to take other people's jobs, Ronan. Don't take Fleet's job.
No, Fleet's now been promoted to ship shape.
You're
So
like
he's been
the
promoted
creepy
out of the
underground cave
auxiliary
goober.
and into the active forces.
Yeah. 9681. How plausible do you find the Italian super battleship Affondente with 16-inch guns in 4 quadruple mounts? And if Italy built it, how did the French and British respond? Okay, here's the scenario. If Italy's building something which A, has quadruple mounts, which is a whole other development, B, 16-inch guns, and C, is large enough to have 4 of them, which means they're going to have to invest in growing their infrastructure to build it, because you're not getting something with that many guns for less than 60-something, 65,000 tons, probably, in terms of battleship, once you add in all the armor and everything. You're talking about 16-inch guns, not 9 6-inch guns, 16 6-inch guns. So it's going to be wider because it's a quad turret. So that means it has to be longer for them to get the speed, and they're going to want it to be fast enough to keep up the Littorios and all those things. And it's going to be big. If you're doing that, it's going to be seen coming. It's going to be seen coming. Now the thing is, the Italians did have plans. The Italians did have plans, but those plans were a long way away. This is not Littorio's successor plan. This is Littorio's successor plan. At concept level, it's the this is what we'd like in theory and the future ideas. So pretty much the problem you're going to have to deal with is that by the time you're getting into this, you could well be looking at the British already having 12 16-inch gun battleships in service and all sorts of things. And so how they respond is going to depend on how they've already the line's already developed. There was a very interesting thing put out recently. That they were someone put out a comment on one of my videos. What was it? Oh yeah. They basically felt that the only people who could build an 18-inch gun would be the US.
Old.
That's a bolt. Yeah. What was their reasoning for this insightful?
Well, only the US would have the resource and technology to develop and maintain big, accurate guns with sophisticated turrets that can maintain a competitive rate of fire.
They are aware. The US never
I
meant
should point out they did
gun like that to
they
be
did
shot.
add in also maybe the UK. US or maybe the UK.
Better, but
Can we
The
lead
UK
him to the Vickers
UK actually
Armstrong
mounted an
gun
18-inch gun
production
onto a
project?
ship.
I have. It is an interesting comment. They've got other stuff after that, but I think they have a misunderstanding on the 18-inch gun developments about how many nations are working on 18-inch guns and how many people are actually developing it, and also how prevalent it is. It's one of those things that's not understood today. Realistically, is that just how many countries have the ability to build these guns and the infrastructure to build it. Maybe not well, but they can do it enough that they would consider it viable for their needs. And it's one of those things of it's an interesting system to think about, but it's one of those comments which I have. Me and Drac might be keeping some of the comments from the historian specials, and going to respond to them if we do the live. If we end up doing the live, people want us to do the live, we will be responding in the live to them.
Historian scuttlebutt, here we come.
It will be during the live of the whatever we're doing. We're building ships.
Doc,
We're talking about it.
Can you do me a favor? And
Yeah.
if you do it, Twin Historians live, can you let me know ahead of time so I can try and get off work? Because I feel like that's going to need to be moderated.
It's going to be the second week in September if we do it. The second Wednesday in September.
So about booking the day off.
And there is a discussion as to whether we're going to do it on me broadcasting it live on Twitch and Drac broadcasting it live on YouTube. Which could be a fun one. It could be a fun one.
Your tactics confuse and frighten me, sir.
Well, the thing is, then I can do the full high... I can do the full 10,000 kilobyte stream, 2K stream to Twitch, because I'm not using Restream. Drac can do it to YouTube. And we can have a nice chat, and we can be sharing on our Discord screen. We could be sharing both us chatting away and our 2 UAD streams. So people could see what we're building, what ships we're building, at the same time as, the other things.
The UAD multiplayer is so balked.
I don't think
It could be interesting seeing your designs go up against each other.
I don't think we will be doing. Well, if I was doing UAD multiplayer, I would not be using the UAD multiplayer. I'd be using the mod I have. But it's the thing is, how do I put this? It's not proved stable enough. When I've tried to play it online against people, it's only worked in a LAN situation. It hasn't worked in a WAN situation. Yeah, Castaneda, don't go there. I can understand, because if you read some books, there are some books of naval history out there where if you read them, you honestly get the impression that basically all this stuff was developed by the US. And it's not the person who's reading the book's fault, it's the fact that the author, to sell the book, has marketed it and has pitched it a certain way and hasn't included the relevant context. And it's a very easy thing to do when you're going down the book route, to not include the context of what other people are doing. It's a very easy... It makes your life a lot easier when it comes to research. It makes your life a lot easier when it comes to referencing. It makes your life a lot easier when it comes to editing, because you don't have to explain to your editors that Nubian is actually a country. Is actually an old civilization, and there was actually a ship name for it. It's not something which you've made up. Which is the one I always remember. Mainly because the senior editor was giggling away at the fact that I was having to explain this. Timu, what if Lee would have been promoted to rank of Rear Admiral a few days before the attack on Pearl, and he would already command Battleship Division 6? Where would the US would have sent him? No idea. He's a battleship officer through and through, but he might end up with a fast carrier group. In a nice way, he's a senior enough admiral at that point that by the time you're short of admirals and you're looking for running around for an admiral to command a carrier group at certain points, you might grab him.
Honestly, they might, if he's in Pearl, he might just get put in temporary command of Pearl if they don't flex Nimitz out there fast.
There's more senior officers in Pearl. He would be a very
Okie
new
dokie.
rear admiral. They could, but it's unlikely. They've got more senior officers than that, just about. Stafford Thompson, instead of bludgeoning the polar bear, Nelson captures it. How much praise did he get if trained? How much does the offensive capability of the ship go up?
You cannot train a polar bear. I'm sorry.
I'm betting you probably could.
How many people are you willing to sacrifice to the polar bear?
You're not willing.
many as it
You're not
takes.
able to train a polar bear.
Okay, with a black bear, make yourself big and make a lot of noise. That's how you survive a black bear. With a brown bear, lie down and pray. With a polar bear, just pray that you will have your soul taken to the afterlife of your choosing.
No, with a polar bear, just make sure you run faster than the next than another person.
You hope.
But it's just polar bears are the one animal that won't work on, because it'll end you, and then it'll go to it'll end the game behind you, then end you, then go back to eat both of you.
Oh, I agree. That's what it will aim to do. But the thing is, my plan is while it's killing the other person and making a noise, I'm going to be finding a way to hide from it. If I'm dealing with a polar bear,
smell.
Yes, I'm going up a tree and making a phone call.
I wish you all the luck in your endeavors.
To be fair,
Sure,
the only
tree.
times I've been in polar bear country, I was carrying a rifle. And frankly, my policy was, if they got to a point at which I felt they were in sprinting range of me, they were getting a shot fired at them.
Yeah.
I feel this is a smart thing to do.
And I decided
The scary thing about polar bears.
shot range. I decided a sprinting range was anywhere where the scope could start making out identifying features on the polar bear. Because the scope wasn't that brilliant. I know. I spent a lot of time complaining I had a better scope on a different gun I normally used.
So polar bear will quite happily bulldoze through several bullets, especially if they're not too immediately critical organs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
An ex-friend of mine, Cake's got some stories. And just
but I will say
6
this:
to 7 10 mil rounds to bring one down.
Yeah, but Safford, I will say, if you did manage to successfully train a polar bear somehow, maybe you got it as a cub, and trained it, then if that's added to your offensive capabilities in boarding actions, Lord help your opponents. That is the other thing. You could say, look, polar bear, a nice way, I'll supply you plenty of French meat. You fight for me, I supply you, and I pay you in French meat. Mark Harness, depends where you are in the polar regions. Depends where you are. Arctic regions and they are fun spaces to be. Nice everyone. If the Lexington class was built as an American version of HMS Hood, how does that change the Lexington class carriers? Well, they have better subdivision for starters.
Doc, are you being mean about the Lexington class again?
No, I'm not being mean. They are basically, in the nicest way, the American Lexington class are the American answer to the Invincible class. Battle cruisers. They are all about the scouting and the economic warfare. They are not about fighting other battle cruisers. They're just not. So structurally, they'll be slightly heavier. Better subdivision, more survivability built into them from the get-go. So yeah, that's all going to be useful. So probably slightly bigger as well.
Low disk space?
What have you
Windows,
done?
what do you want about?
Have you managed to disable one of your hard drives? YouTube Minecraft Watcher,
It's
was it?
complaining that C has too much on it.
Ah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what from 1942 onwards, and what if from 1942 onwards, Edwin Rommel began feeding information to England, basically turncoating. He managed to smuggle his family to England in this scenario, and is aiding the French-Austrian resistance. Well, I'm gonna guess there is a lot of Italian losses, which mean that as hard as Rommel fights, the Italian positions keep getting well located by the British and keep getting annihilated, which means that Rommel ends up being forced out of North Africa, and then there's probably a very interesting gap made in the North Atlantic defences where it's presumed the Allies can't land for some reason. Channel, what if the Japanese, when building Yamatos, brought up the number 13's design up again with the necessary updates for 1940s tech? Same general specifications in speed and firepower. Then they have some really dangerous ships. Okay? They have some really dangerous ships. Because the number 13 class are 50,000 tons in normal, 47,500. They were armed with 8 18-inch guns, and, you know, they had a top speed of 30 knots. They had a 13-inch armor belt and a 5-inch thick deck. If we consider Yamato class, they have a 16-inch armor in some places. They have an 8-inch armor deck, all these things. So if you're adding those things on, and if you are sort of working it up, if you're going to try for the same specifications and same capabilities, but you probably want more than 150,000 shaft horsepower. You have to remember the number 13s had 22 boilers and would get 150,000 shaft horsepower, and they were going to get 30 knots. And honestly, with the Japanese designers at the time, that's quite believable. That's very believable. If you go with the Yamato class, they have 12 water tube boilers, and they get 150,000 shaft horsepower as well. They can still develop the same amount of steam. So the thing is, you're probably going to have to scale that up. You're probably going to have to scale up everything. The Yamatos are 70,000 tons in normal. So they are about 22,500 tons more. If I was scaling up a number 13 design, modernizing it, right, you are possibly talking about... It depends on what I do, okay? It depends on what I do. The 18-inch guns they're working on at this point, I would argue would be better guns long term than the 18-inch guns which are put on the Yamatos. But those are a lot further down the development tree. If they go for this, though, you're probably going to end up something slightly small in the Yamatos. But ultimately, that could mean you can build them more quickly, which means you can have more infrastructure for other constructions and other things. So that means you might get possibly you get the Taio. Let's see. That's built. You could get the Taio class. Actually, You might get a second tire class. You might get them completed earlier than 1944. You might get a couple of tires completed earlier than 1944 because they might be able to lay down in 1940, well before war begins. Because it's just going to be slightly quicker and slightly easier to build. But it's going to change things. But, yeah. And the main thing you do is you end up with these being fast ships, which means you might well have them also with the Congos, as they are fast ships as well. And that's more of a problem for the Americans, because let's say you have one of them hanging back and engaging when, historically, the Americans body the Japanese in a night fight and take out quite a few Congos in a night fight. If there's one of these sitting there a bit further back, or a couple of these sitting a bit further back, then they might return the favour. They might not, because at that close range it really doesn't matter. What matters is who hits first. But that's the main thing, you give them more advantages. I don't think questions are open yet again, yet at the moment, Brought to Brodus, but I think someone probably nick it and put it in the chat. I put it somewhere in the Discord, so it would be interesting. Something at a conference. Have you ever seen a situation like Mr. Smith? That's Dr. Smith to you. Oh, anyway, George. No. Usually when I see people forget people's titles, it's usually when they're talking to female academics rather than male academics. And it's rare you have that at military history conferences because, how do I put this politely? We don't really care if you have a title or not when you're presenting. It really doesn't matter. Quite a few of the best military historians don't have academic titles, but some of the best ones do. What we do care is that you're polite to people. And when people have a badge, when there's a whole sign up which says the guest list of speakers, getting someone's name wrong and being disrespectful is something which will get shot down quite hard. I have been a panel chair, and I have followed on the suit of how I've been taught of. It's a case of, excuse me. You say, excuse me, and if they correct themselves, that's fine. If they don't correct themselves, then you go, I'm sorry, there's no one here of that title on this panel. Perhaps you should go and find the person who is of that title to ask them the question. Because it's important you give people, if there's... I have been in a chair of panels where you've got a general, you've got a naval officer, you've got someone who's got no rank or title, and you got this... Everyone's accorded the same respect. You call them by the name they are on that panel. That is what you do. If they're a general, but they're not using their rank. If they're using Mister, that's fine. If they're a doctor, they might be using a rank, might be using a title, might not be. What they have asked to be called by on that panel is what you call them. It's basic respect. It's how you work, how you interact. You call people by what they wish to be called in that circumstance. That's what you do. It's just, that's it. And it's the same, and people do the same back. Usually it's etiquette to introduce yourself when you're asking a question, so they can ask you back. And that's it. How are we doing? We're getting along, Radicute. We're getting along. But so normally, it's like if you ever go to a conference, you'll normally get sort of stand up and go, "Hello, I'm Alex Clarke," or "I'm Dr. Alex Clarke," depending on the conference, depending on what I'm about to say. I might use my title. Usually I'm more likely to bring up my title if it's pertinent, if we're in a sort of specific thing where we're talking about carriers and naval aviation, all those things, areas where my PhD covers, I will use my title, because basically that's almost quiet code for, yeah, go look up my PhD thesis if you can find it. And most people can't. It's not. It's going to be. So it's going to be released soon. I think it's going to be released on the website when I do the talk at King's. We'll leave that to one side. And that's the way things go. And you go, this is my question, and then they answer. They go, thank you to the question. Back. I have been known, I have to admit, when people give questions which are... The thing that happens quite a lot is people give questions... Say they want to give a question, actually are going to give a statement. And there is one particular person who I know quite well, who I was... After the first time I was conference panel with them, I've told them if they ask a question like that again, I would produce an egg timer. And the next panel we were at... the next panel... We were in a conference a couple months later. They were getting up and they were asking another question again, like it, and I produced a little egg timer for them specifically, and stuck it on the desk and went, yeah, because their previous question had taken 5.5 minutes to ask, and that stops. We have half an hour for questions. If one person's taking 5 minutes to ask their question, that takes it up for everyone. That's the thing. Panels, you don't have infinite time to ask and answer questions. You have, maybe it's an hour of presentations with 3 presentations, each given 20 minutes. And that's 20 minutes including the transition time between the two. So basically design your presentation to be about 80 minutes long. And then you get half an hour of questions added on at the end. And that's it. It's a 90-minute panel. 3 speakers. 1 chair. It's a limited time. We have to keep things going. And we have to be polite while doing it. Now, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if all American standard class battleships in 1939 suddenly turned into KGB class battleships? The US Navy is very, very happy. Potentially not so over the Colorados. But they'll probably take it because they are going to be a speed increase. Because this is now giving your fleet 28 knot ships. So you've now got 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 28 knot fast battleships. Okay, yes, they've all got 10, 14-inch guns, which is better than some. Not as good as others, but it's better. It's going to be helpful. Let me put it that way. For the Royal Navy, it's going to be slightly surprising, but they'll. For the US Navy, it gives them things which can basically go anywhere, do any fighting, and they're just building up beyond it. Knights of everyone. In Against the Odds, the Vought XF8 U3 Crusader 3 is the base of the British F8 equal. So what would the RN change about it? I'm going to hand this over to Foxo and Dragon. And hope they're still here.
Can you just give us that first part of the name?
Against All Odds, Alt History.
Yep.
The Vought XF8U3 Crusader 3. I think.
Is the base British F8 equivalent?
Oh, that's the one with the 5-pronged tail.
Yes, it is. Why?
One that was specifically designed for a specific cruise missile. If I remember correctly. So, what if, against all odds, the RAF chooses this and gets it working?
The issue is here, though, you've went so far into Altist, I genuinely don't know how you would do that, because, for one, why would that be the British base for the F8 because the British don't want an F8. So
Like,
why?
from what I've looked into, they settle for the Phantom. And this doesn't fit what the British would want out of it. Because reading through, yes, it was made for the cruise missile, the Vault. I suppose you've given the Royal Navy an early launch point for an anti-shipping cruise missile.
Don't they even have one of those?
They could develop one.
They might develop one if they have the launch platform for it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming if they're getting the aircraft for it, they're going to get the missile that's specifically designed to work and hook under the aircraft.
This is why I'm saying it's a little bit too alt-hist without more context.
Yeah.
Yes, so by the way, this missile's about as long as the plane itself,
Yeah.
and most of the mass of the plane.
Yeah. You can say that again.
I haven't fit this thing on the carriers at the time. For
You
Royal
can
Navy.
certainly try.
You could. You'd have to. A nice way. The only way you're getting this aircraft on carriers if you've gone Maltas. Only way it's going to work. Right.
Yeah, it'd be a struggle for CVA-01.
Eddie Rudolph. What if the Royal Navy built the renowned class battle cruisers after HMS Tiger follow-on design instead of their historical design? So basically, we go for the 15-inch Tigers and we go for a couple of them. And the Tiger class design cruiser 9.2-inch guns. Then, well, that means if you the renowns are adaptations of the R class battleships. Okay, if you've gone for the by Jackie Fisher, so the only way you're getting Tiger class follow-ons is if you order a battle cruiser alongside the Queen Elizabeth and alongside the R's as a battle cruiser. So basically, that's what you have to do. They've got a pair of that. And you've ordered 9.2-inch gun cruisers, i.e. Tiger. Stafford, don't open the question. Don't open the bot. I don't.
We'll open it when we need to.
Stafford's just typed in the command to open it.
Yeah, I can see.
Don't think it's opened. Just we'll get to it. We'll see how far.
There's a lot of latency in YouTube for some reason.
Yeah, it's useful. Don't open it yet. We've got more to go through. But if you're doing this, if you've got 9.2-inch gun cruisers, and some of those questions are coming up quite big ones. If you've got this many, if you've got Tiger Cubs and you've got these, that means that you have probably at least one of them. You probably have some Tiger Cubs available by the Battle of Dogger Bank. You probably have multiple of these ships available by the Battle of Jutland, which is going to change things quite radically. If First Scouting Group is bumping into 9.2-inch gun, 28-knot heavy cruisers, plus Tiger 2 15-inch gun battle cruisers, they're based on Tiger, and the sort of the 13.5-inch gun battle cruisers as well, and you've got, well, at that point you'll have probably 3 and 2. You probably have 5 of these heavier battle cruisers there, as well as whatever the smaller battle cruisers you have. That's probably going to cause a massive amount of damage. That's probably going to cause a massive amount of damage to the First Scouting Group. And that's the problem, because especially you have the Queen Elizabeths there. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be a lot of 15-inch guns, and First Scouting Group probably gets mulled in the first phase, and so there might not be the second phase of the battle. The Battle of Jutland might literally be the run to the south, because if they've lost first in his scouting group has got any more damage than it did historically. And with 28 knot, 15-inch gun ships, they're going to be in firing range for a long time of first scouting group, and they're going to be shooting a lot of shells their way, and 15-inch shells are nasty. Yeah, it's going to cause trouble. It's going to probably... I think probably under that scenario, you end up with the Battle of Jutland being very much the run to the south and nothing more. Which might change. It might lead to a later Battle of Jutland. It might also mean other things. The other thing you're going to have, though, is in any scenario where you have 9.2-inch gun heavy cruisers and you have this many other ships, you're going to have another senior commander with BT. And that's going to be another senior officer who could be just as rebellious as the officers he has with him were in terms of sending information out. So, yeah.
Stafford, of all the things that you've done, you have yet to... This is definitely not you jumping the shark. The gun, mayhaps, but not the shark.
No. Chandler. In 1942, upon receiving reports of the Mark 14 and Bjord's behavior, Admiral Kidd kidnaps General Barnes and puts him in command of fixing the thing. How does it go? It gets fixed. But the fact that you've got Admiral King kidnapping an army officer does worry me. The fact that he had that much faith in an army officer really does worry me.
The fact that he has that much faith in Barnes worries me. Not that Barnes is incompetent, but just that it's Barnes.
Yeah.
It could be worse. He could be getting someone from tank destroyers.
That is Barnes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He could be getting someone else from tank destroyers. And the tank destroyers weren't too happy because you took their one competent guy.
Yeah, he's their one that's not nice. Oh, speaking of things we had, have we introduced? Have we chatted about Foxo's Kofi at all?
No, but I can post it up in the chat.
No.
Yeah, do.
Or not, or do not. There is no truck.
I will hiss like a cat if I have to.
And
You're a
once
fox,
again
not a
proved it.
cat.
But it once again proves
How
your
serious I
cat-like
am with no.
You're once again proven your cat-like tendencies.
What is a fox but a cat software running on dog hardware? No.
Isn't the song "Cows
No,
Go
no,
Move"? Cows go
on
move, things go this.
What does the fox
No.
say? Yeah.
No.
that
I
a song?
was there.
Frog goes croak, birds go tweet, and mouse goes squeak.
Okay.
But the
What sins have I committed to be here?
A fish goes blub, and the seal goes ow, ow, ow. But there's no sound that no one knows.
Dragon, can you mute your?
What does the
Erstwhile-
fox say? All hail the buccaneer! All hail the buccaneer!
Oh, I knew she was going to go there. Castanea. Some suggest to develop pure oxygen torpedoes that chlorine trichloride is a stronger oxidizer. Oh god. You're going to kill submarine crews, but other than that,
Well, you'll kill the torpedo juice trade.
it is. I just think it's dangerous enough as it is without doing that. Castanea, without doing that. YouTube Micro Watcher, what if the panel was sent to 4000 BC and lived to today? What would you get up to?
Myself.
Well, I'm assuming living till today means that you're biological processes are inhibited until we get back to 2025. I'm going to be making a lot of very interesting investments in the 1920s and 30s, and then the 80s, and yeah, just
Hey,
sit
Helton.
back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
I don't think you realize how long 6,000 years
Yes, but
is.
yes, I understand that. The problem is, if I'm forced to survive there, and I do manage to keep my wits and not go insane, which already is a challenge, I'm going to be making some very interesting investments in the 1920s, 30s, 60s, and 80s.
The thing is, why are you waiting that long?
Yeah, like
Because
getting on
that's
the
when
East
I-
India Company while it's hot.
You've got 6,000 years.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Like, if any, I guess one thing I could do is end up trolling a whole bunch
Hey, Elsa.
of what's it called, historians and archaeologists. Because think of how much you can troll them.
Okay, no. I know exactly what I would do. Like, go to a bunch of caves around the world and start writing passages from the fall of Helm's Deep about the Balrog in those caves in modern English and period writing and freak the hell out of people.
Do that. Do a combination of that, random 40k quotes, and a few others, and you could get some pretty fun stuff going.
Oh, you could get a lot of fun stuff going. Myself, I would be. Okay, so I've now got 6,000 years to live. I am going to be having fun with that. I am going to be the Emperor Immortal by the end of the time. The amount of random history stuff in my head, and with the knowledge that I won't die due to illness or anything, I will wander around doing all sorts of things. I'm immortal for 6,000 years. Oh, the things I get up to. And the great thing about my particular form, the great thing about my particular form of dyslexia, is I am really bad at noticing the passage of time. So it won't affect me the way it will affect other people who are more noticing of these things. I get wrapped up in what I'm doing now, and then I move on to the next thing I'm doing, and then on to the next thing I'm doing over the course of a couple of years, and then I move on to the next project for the next couple of years. So it won't really. It'll just be a series of projects building up upon building up.
I'm going to get at least one city named after me.
I've already done that.
Yeah, you got a whole freaking
I did that while I was
library named after you.
I did that while I was ruling Greece. You know, well, technically, parts of Greece, but we'll leave that to one side. Constructed a big empire, wandered around, got a couple of cities named after me. You know, the normal thing.
So what, you become Alexander the Mediocre? No. Do I get that joke?
Alexander the Middling.
Alexander the Pretty Alright.
Alexander the Mentioned in Dispatches.
No. You see, really, it's a realistic problem for Alexander the Great is he wasn't that great because he just kept to land. I would be Alexander the Maritime Power. I would rule the world by ruling its oceans. It's all fun and games, though. Right then, next question. And we did that one, so take it. Paul Amos, why is it that it took 2 to 2.5 years to build capital ships pre-World War II? Today it takes far longer to build smaller, less armored warships. It can't just be the technological aspect, can it? It's the size and of the industrial base supporting it. It's the complexity of the construction, especially in terms of the systems and getting systems to work together. If you ever seen it, in terms of imagining, these days lots of people talk about the Internet of Things and all the different devices you can hook up to the internet and how you can make them run in your life. Now, speaking as someone who has quite a lot of Ring cameras around my house, which are primarily exist so that my mother, when her arthritis is playing up, can still watch and monitor her garden and make sure everything's being done properly to her standards, and when it's not, she wanders around and happily, and we have an idea where she is in her garden based on the cameras and the motion alerts, so if her arthritis plays up when she's outside, we know where to go to pick her up. Shh, on that one. It's a case of every time I have to change the internet system in any way, shape or form, I will spend the next 3.5 hours of my life rejigging and resetting the entire set of Ring cameras. Okay? It's just the fact of life I accept. That's the Internet of Things. And that's Ring cameras, which are about as simple as you can frigging get. And there is a reason why none of them are internal to the house. They're all external. When it comes to the systems we're talking about, and you have multiple defense contractors involved who don't like each other and like to compete with each other, and prefer their systems not to work with each other, so that you have to buy their proprietary systems, welcome to what only can be described as a hellscape of trying to get these ships to work together, which is one of the reasons why they take as long as they frigging do. Now, you would presume that you could just legislate or contract this so that they would actually work together. But these companies are actually amazing, absolutely spectacular at doing the exact bare minimum so they are legally compliant with what is written in the contract. Welcome to the world. So that's why it takes so long. And that adds that you then have the fact that governments often pay for these things to be slow built so that they maintain capacity in forces so they can claim we can build more if we need to in emergency. Certainly, current state of the Royal Navy and other things, it is probably an emergency, but I haven't noticed them speeding up the construction at all. So, Cavdron, as embarrassing as the recent collision was for the planned fleet, what could have made it more embarrassing? A freeway collision between destroyer, corvette, and maybe the Fujian carrier? Anything involving a large capital asset like a carrier is going to be worse. If a brand new carrier had a bash-in or something, that would be problematic. That would be really problematic. Realistically, what they were doing is their pincer movement, which they like to try and do. What I would say is that the Philippine Coast Guard vessels are A, being crewed by people who do know how to maneuver their ships, that's their primary goal in life, and B, have chief engineers and petty officers who are obsessed with making sure that when their engines need to, they can really give them the speed. This is their advantage. This is what they do. So there we go. If I was the Chinese, I'd lay off the pincer movements for a while until you are sure you've got enough speed to do it. Lions, what if Rogel Dawn had encountered Horus and is killed before the Emperor arrives instead of a Sanguinius? Or all else remains. How might this affect the following events? If Sanguinius survives and so Rogel Dawn is killed instead.
You don't get the last wall protocol put into the codex, which is not a good thing for Terra.
No, but also in
But you don't get last wall.
Well, you don't. I would say there's a lot of different protocols like Last Wall in each each chapter seems to have each of the legions seems to develop their own various protocols like that.
Not really protocols.
Last
Wall's
Walls.
actual thing wrote
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's also about the Dark Cells, which only Rogel was allowed to know about.
Yeah.
And by the time Sanguinius dies at Eternity Gate, no, after he's been fighting at Eternity Gate, and then gone off to fight Horus, he's deeply affected by the Rage, which is part of the reason he dies to Horus. And Sanguinius is the only one of the loyalists there that's good enough to slow Horus down. Because the Horus is a match for Emps. He's with how much Chaos steroids he's on.
Yeah.
And as for post, Heresy, the issue is that Rogel is responsible for a lot of the reforms that happened to the Legion and the Imperium early on. Like, people always meme on the Codex
Yeah.
and Gilliman, but Rogel's the one that makes the Codex possible.
Yes. But I have a feeling what you do end up with is almost a... it's going to sound strange. You end up with Sanguinius and... once he calms down, hopefully, and all these things, and Gilliman probably doing what they were doing in the Forgotten Second Empire period.
Imperium Secundus.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Mhm.
But
They were a fairly good pair
I
in
mean-
Secundus.
yes,
Well,
But
the issue is that Sanguinius is very good at fighting a war. He's not that good at winning the peace.
Yes.
well, there's a
but
reason
he's
why
got-
in Imperial Secundus he was the figurehead more than anything.
Yeah.
As figurehead, he's fairly good for keeping the forces together, and that's going to be an interesting thing as keeping a figurehead. So that's the thing. He basically will become the Emperor's avatar wandering around, sort of thing. Figurehead for the forces to try and keep everything together, allowing Gilliman to concentrate more on doing the, in a nice way, the needed reforms to try and get it keep it working.
yeah, although the one concern that I
Yeah.
have, if I'm parsing this question correctly, Rogel does a lot of the coordination of the defense of Sol, and later and terminating in the defense of Terra. If you don't have Rogel there, you don't have a counterbalance for Perturabo, because you've got Sanguinius.
It's
He's on
Rogel goes instead of Sanguinius for the first strike. Is how I'm passing it.
Yeah, so it's
So he's-
Rogel that goes on to
Yeah.
Vengeful Spirit.
Eventual Spirit.
Well, that even then, you still got if Rogel is KIA, or at a minimum MIA, because GW has a very nebulous definition of killed. You have Gulliman is on the other side of the Rift, the Eye of Terra, the warp storms that Lorgar has ginned up. Corvus is with
Ruinstorm.
him. Ruinstorm. Corvus is with him. Lion is with him. I think Russ is with him.
No, neither of those are with him. The only ones the three that make the breakthrough is Lion, Sanguinius, and Gilliman. And in particular, it's known that the Dark Angel's fleet is the only reason why
Well,
Sanguinius
Lion
is able
comes
to
in like a brick through a wind he's got. But the issue is that actually there's a good chance the Imperial Palace falls.
What in the world is eating up my
Because it's in one of the recent books. Sanguinius' death sends the Blood Angels into the first mass Black Rage event,
Yeah.
which effectively drives the Chaos Marines back from Eternity Gate. And Eternity Gate was about to fall when Sanguinius dies. If Sanguinius doesn't die, you don't get the Black Rage.
Yeah, but if
And you
Rogel,
don't get-
if Rogel Dawn dies, what's that going to do to his legion?
Like, he doesn't have a psychic link.
Not a psychic link.
They'll be
but-
does,
angry.
They'll be angry,
Yes.
but
He
also
doesn't have
But
he does have a psychic link. He just doesn't have as strong a link as the Blood Angels do, because
Yeah.
his gene seed is not as
Potent.
is not as potent with regards to
to
warp
psychic.
connections.
Yeah, well, that.
And we know from Sigismund that when Rogel is heavily wounded, a lot of his boys, they shut down mentally, and they just become mechanical. They just keep doing what they're doing.
I've never seen that mentioned. So, but
Yeah, 'cause it's a part of Sigismund's monologue when he's going to kill Khan for second time. It's one of the best monologues in the entire franchise.
I'd agree with that, but also I do think it was a bit it's Sigismund more overstating it in contrast to himself. There is a bit of ego on Sigismund's part going on there. I think a little bit.
It's
Yeah, which doesn't really fit what's actually happening though,
Yeah,
because part of the reason that Khan fears Sigismund is because there is no ego there. Sigismund takes no joy in it. He can't.
yeah.
It's just a mechanical
That's what I
action
find.
of butchering.
That's the point I find strange. There were points in that speech which were almost not Sigismund-like, because Sigismund wouldn't be describing his friends, his colleagues, as being mechanical. He do describe them as being clinical, professional, not mechanical, because that's not the phraseology they use. It's almost using phraseology which comes from a very different legion than he belongs in.
that's more Iron Hands almost.
Yeah.
it's
But we also have Sigismund's having really weird stuff going on with him. Fair. But
my biggest concern would remain that if you lose Dorn, like, yes, all the Primarchs with the, I am going to say, with the exception of Angron as we find him, are pretty good logisticians and at least operational tacticians.
Mm-hmm. Angron is just not,
But
as we
they're-
find him.
Yeah, but there are first among equals, and that is, I'm going to say, Dorn, Gilliman, and I would go so far as to say the Lion, and then definitely Perturabo.
I wouldn't include the Lion with that.
I would, considering I've looked into him more than you have, and don't listen
Yeah.
to the memes.
Look,
I have far more issues
He
with
comes off
his
as much
Legion
more of a
than him.
campaign commander and a general than he does the back
Yeah.
end.
Yes, that's the thing. Is he's a, in nicest way. The thing is, him and Gilliman could make a very good pair, with one leading the tip of the spear and the other one organising the back end. But I have a feeling they'll be alternating in those roles, and I think that's going to be interesting. Timu, let's move on to the next question. Timu, if the Royal Navy would keep the Warspite up and running and with upgrades all the way to the 80s, oh good lord, why would you do that to that ship? That would be it's 70 years old.
of service?
How bad would the Argentinians get beaten up in the Falklands War? Look, if you have, as I've talked about it before, if you can give Michael Clarke, who's the Commodore of his task group, a flagship, which has space for him to actually have his command staff aboard and actually running it properly, rather than spreading across two ships and still not having enough space because neither Fearless or Intrepid were actually designed for the role, and give him 15-inch guns to provide fire support to the troops ashore, yes, that's going to have a big impact on the war. Anything else, if it's got some 40mm, it's going to turn San Carlos into Death Alley for the Argentinian aircraft every time they cross the ridgeline, but that's about it. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if suddenly in 1939 every Royal Navy ship gets plus 5 engine boost consumables similar to World of Warships? Specifically, it's 40% speed increase.
That's not engine boost. That's an exhaust boost. So basically, the ship would just
That's
now
emergency engine
navigating.
boost, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's a it's the Italian one. But either way,
Oh.
either way, your ships now go 40% faster.
You've got 5
as a top
occasions.
speed.
You've got 5 occasions you can use it. In the nicest way, I'm fairly certain. There are some ships. There is going to be a very interesting battle in the Norway campaign when Renown is signaling out that she's engaging Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Because if you take some of the Royal Navy ships in that area to 40% faster, you think about the increase in speed. If they're able to do 25 knots and you add 40 knots onto that, that's 33 knots. Actually, no, that's 35 knots. So you're taking a 25 knot ship up to 35 knots, a 40% speed increase, that's 35 knots. Warspite, a few hours funneling along at 35 knots, that's possibly going to catch in. That's possibly going to get into position and engage. There's also a case of scenario, even if they do survive that, there's going to be the scenario when Rodney is chasing Scharnhorst, chasing Gneisenau. Gneisenau's not getting away in that circumstance. Yes, Rodney is possibly doing, well, we've talked about this before. The speed she's going when she seems to be getting away, they seem to be getting away, is a lot faster than the speed she's supposed to be limited to. Again, add on another 10 knots to her speed. That Gneisenau's not getting away from that fight. That's what you do. If you have that kind of capability in real life, that's a game-changing capability. And it's also the Battle of Matapan. The Battle of Matapan, again, you can catch up. It's the Crane is every Royal Navy ship. So I'm presuming the opponents don't have it.
Yeah,
What is the phrase A4 bait?
That's a new one.
Well, Walter Brodus is forgetting two things about the A4 from Falklands, and I can understand
A4
why.
attack aircraft. Gotcha.
I can understand why. If Warspite is sitting outside in the fleet operations, again, she's going to be under the same umbrella. But if she's in San Carlos Bay, again, the problem for the Argentinians, they're probably going to get hit on it. But if you remember correctly, how does Michael Clapp position Intrepid and Fearless? He positions them at either end of the line. There's a reason for that at either end of the line. That means when they come over the hills, they have the least amount of time to engage them. Or if they try to engage the one at the far end of the line, they've got the most time for the machine guns to engage them so they don't break it. And he's going to do the same thing. It's not an open territory, it's in big hills. So it's San Carlos Bay is surrounded by these quite high promontories and quite high positions, which makes it very difficult for you to just come in and attack. You have to pop up and suddenly the ships are there. Before them you can't see the ships, then you suddenly can see the ships. And that's the problem for it. So yes, they might want to engage the Warspite. They're probably going to find her put in a position where it's very difficult for them to engage her. The thing is that does pretty much rock beats exo. That probably means that Intrepid is in a less good position.
And apologies, Walter. That is just my brain having a disconnect moment.
No, it's one that's been said before. It's one of the scenarios. But it's,
well, I mean more in the sense of his statement is clear. It's just my two neurons forgot to stop fighting for 8th place long enough to realize that A4 is an aircraft and carries anti-shipping missils. No,
the A4s carry bombs. They didn't. They didn't get any missiles. That way, it was the Super Retards which carried the. I'm
going to imitate one of the ship-shape members and say, close enough.
Yeah. So, Captain, what would a cross between a November-class SSN and a Typhoon-class SSBN at 50,000 tons look and function like?
Ouch.
Well, it's going to get a lot of crew. Well, if it's got, and B, assuming built with a November's technology, how bad it would be to serve on? I think it would be life-shortening, and it would be a very massive thing, which would probably lead to other people trying to build large enough things. If you're building it that early, if you're building it November period, if you're building something which is basically a November technology SSBN built to Typhoon scale, in 1957 to 63, i.e. first generation Novembers, yeah, it's going to have an impact on people, especially if it's that massive. It's going to lead to responses of also trying to build massive, because well, the Typhoon class are, as you know, they are fully submerged, they are fully loaded, they are 48,000 tons. They are 23,200 tons surface. So, again, we go with this one. Let's say they are 25,000 tons surfaced. Yeah, these are going to be massive boats, and nightmare to actually do anything with.
Have some fluorescent blue.
Are questions
Oh, that's
open?
what I was
No, I don't think they are. I
No.
think they're closed. And it is almost
Nope.
1:30, so we have been going for 5.5 hours, so probably won't open up again.
But good
Probably.
to see you in my stream.
If there's only a
Nope,
couple
we
of
now have a
questions,
wire up.
if there's only a couple of questions added in, I might top them up. But if there's, I'm not going to open up again in general because I don't think we're going to take on a lot more. Black Horse, when have Navy ships done things with the anchors that should not be done? I've done a whole video about a time a Royal Navy ship of the line used its anchor so it could do a handbrake turn in a tight fjord to broadside rake I think it was a Norwegian-Danish frigate. Was it a Swedish frigate? I think it was a Norwegian-Danish frigate. Yeah. And absolutely bodied it, unsurprisingly.
For a point of reference, I'm showing approximately 6 questions left in the queue.
Okay. That's what I have.
Do with that
roughly.
information as you will.
That's what I have roughly as well. Well, actually, no, I have 7. Yeah, 7. Dwayne Tapp. What if the Dutch Navy are given a large pot of money, basically 3 times the normal amount from 1932 to 1940? What should they build and how many? I.e. more destroyers, subs? Oh yes, definitely more destroyers and submarines, but also they should probably build their battle cruisers. Yes, you may make them.
The World War II starts earlier because we all know that the second to start a European conflict, the easiest way to do that is to get the Dutch to agree and order a major surface combatant.
The nicest way in 1932, no one's capable of realistically going to war, so they can order them in 1932. If they got the funding, they can order and build them in 1932. They probably also order and build a carrier, because that's the other thing they'll probably end up looking at. Black Horse. How often navies borrow from other branches or navies? Regularly. In the nicest way, there is a period in World War II where the British Army turns up at a camp where they had been storing all their captured Italian AA guns, and they found they'd all gone to a single gun. They couldn't find any of them. They went hunting. And it took them a couple of weeks to realise that there was pretty much every single destroyer the Royal Navy had in the Mediterranean at the time, and every sloop, etc., seemed to be sporting some extra AA guns, which looked remarkably similar to the Italian AA guns which they'd been storing in their that particular place.
Are you insulting the honor of the Royal Navy to call them thieves from their fellow Britishmen?
They weren't thieves. They'd left guns and ammunition sitting there unused in a time of war. It was negligence and inefficiency, and the Royal Navy abhors that. Inefficiency and, failing to utilise resources properly is just something it abhors. It cannot stand it.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Harold Gunnarton. Great Depression never happened, but World War II happens. How will the largest navy look when the war breaks out in 1939-41? If the Great Depression doesn't happen...
You might still get Washington, though.
You've still had London. You'll still have Washington and London naval treaties. But the thing is, if the Great Depression doesn't happen, the Japanese production step up and a few other nations' production step up will be far more pronounced. There's also going to be far more money wandering around for these things. So, whilst...
the reason I...
Yeah?
Sorry, but the reason I ask questions about... Because Washington has signed, what, 26?
No.
I can't remember dates to save my life.
22.
22. Okay. First London is 20...
30.
I thought the first is 30. So do you get first London if you don't have the economic pressure of the Depression?
You probably get a slightly different London Naval Treaty, but not the same one. You get a slightly different treaty. The urge nations are going to be feeling to not build is going to be far less. And so you're going to get probably more issues of Italy and France wanting to build their ships. And you're probably going to have more things of other nations wanting to necessarily build. So you could end up with more structure going on. That's the thing. You end up with more structure going on. You end up with more construction going on. So,
although, just think about it. So, are we interpreting it as the Great Depression doesn't happen when it does? So, the factors
never.
that
It says
caused
the
it
Great
don't
Depression never happened. It's the question. The thing is that would mean some of the banking reforms, which are quite helpful during World War II, don't happen as well.
It also means that a lot of the civil infrastructure that gets built as a result of the Great Depression in the United States, at least, doesn't happen the same way.
I mean, you probably end up with an economically weaker in the long run America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, America's
Because you
very
don't have
good
the New Deal.
Yeah, America's also very good at tearing down economic safeguards, so,
To be fair, Walter Brothers, the submarine in South Georgia is dealt with far earlier in the campaign, so it wouldn't have been a factor by the time that Warspite arrived in any scenario. I know you're carrying on that question. I'm just going to quickly answer what you're doing in the chat. I can understand why sometimes people carry on questions after we finish them, but that's fine.
Well,
but
you
also
got the time delay and then
these things add up. But also, I would say the thing is, Fearless and Intrepid were also A4 bait in nicest way. In that the reason you put the reason you put Warspite in there is because you need a flagship, especially after Hermes has been given to Woodward as his flagship, understandably. But Hermes had been rolled as the commando carrier and was technically supposed to be Clapp's flagship, which is why it goes out south with his helicopters aboard, which then get used and abused by Sandy Woodward for various operations without checking with Clapp about it. It causes all sorts of fun and issues, which is why when Clapp turns up, he goes, "I've got this many helicopters to do this operation," and then Woodward goes, "Well, about that, I didn't tell you this." And it causes fun. There's also the fact that Woodward there are issues at certain points with Woodward's understanding of the command structure. Woodward is a very nice guy, but he does sometimes promote himself up the structure, and he calls himself the task force commander. He's a task group commander. He's the carrier battle group commander. The task force commander is back in the UK because they don't send Vice Admiral Derek Raffel south. And Michael Clapp's also a task group commander, and so is Brigadier Julian Thompson, who's a task group commander, until Major General Jerry Moore turns up, and then he becomes a task group commander of the land group. And it's all done by task groups, because the task force commander is kept back in the UK, because they don't want to deploy anyone more senior than a rear admiral down, because of the reality of if they lose them and they get killed or something happens, it's considered too big a loss. But the thing is, again, if you have a warspite down there, where do you want it? Do you want it up with the carrier battle group? No, it'll be slowing it down. It's not really much help there. It's got to be with the amphibious task group. It's a useful flagship for the amphibious task group to act as the headquarters with all its communications gear. It's all its space for the staff to be on there to coordinate things. It makes a lot of sense in that role. In which case, it's going to be sitting in San Carlos Bay. It's got the air defences to add to San Carlos Bay, and it's going to be useful in that role. And it's also got 15-inch guns to provide bombardment and capability of fire support. So again, it might as well be in San Carlos Bay. But as I've said before, I don't think it would be, in the nicest way, a 70-year-old ship. You're not using a 70-year-old ship. It would have been retired a long time before this. There is a scenario where I can see Vanguard ending up in down there. There is not a scenario where I can see Warspite ending up down there.
And if you'd like to see a version of that scenario, check out Fleet's Red Fleet Timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, but how will the large Navy look when the war breaks out in 941? They'll be bigger and more well prepared. Things will have started earlier, probably in this timeline. Production will have started earlier. It might be under the London Naval Treaty, Britain and America both get to build some ships, in which case they start on the 16-inch run get earlier, in which case you probably don't get the 14-inch desire at any point. Mehdi, what would naval history look like if the Chinese Imperial fleets continued to make voyages west in the 1500s? What possibly could have been learned by the Western shipbuilding? There are some interesting things which could have been learned by the Western shipbuilding, especially in terms of logistics and how you provision the ships and multi-sails. But also, that means you could end up with some naval battles between the Chinese and the Spanish and the Portuguese in the Indian Ocean. Pardon me, and some things between the Spanish and them in the Pacific, and it'd be an interesting time to see what would happen and how it'd be approached. It would be a really interesting time to see what would happen.
An interesting thing would be sail trade.
Yes. Because
the Chinese have a lot more optimized sails for their large junks than the Clarkes at the time.
Yes. It could lead to the speeding up of the frigate-built ships when they come in, but also there could be some interesting alliances made, interesting relationships made.
The interesting thing is the advent of cannon.
Oh yeah.
Like an earlier Chinese adoption of Western-style bronze cannon would be.
That's probably gonna take place after they've lost a battle to them. They're gonna go for boarding, and they're gonna find these cannon. So that probably will be fighting the Portuguese rather than the Spanish. The Spanish go for boarding actions, and that's not a good thing to do against a Chinese fleet in this period. But the Portuguese will probably stand off more, so that'll probably be an Indian Ocean experience. Okay. It would be interesting. I think you would see a lot more cultural interchange on the navies and probably a lot more discussion. There'd also be a very real possibility that China becomes another major power in the Age of Sail period. And there's also, most importantly for this, is going to be the challenge the Ottoman Empire is going to feel. Because the Ottoman Empire is going to be the piggy in the middle for a lot of this. And a lot of that period much before that. And for the Ottoman Empire, which is seeking to dominate trade around Africa and the Indian Ocean, etc., and does occasionally send fleets, does occasionally do things, they're going to feel far more pressure to do that with the Chinese fleets wandering around. There's going to be a lot more interaction between the two, and yeah, that it's going to change the world in some very interesting and very complicated ways. The fact is, the Chinese found their own internal politics interesting enough. They didn't want to go hunting for more external politics to deal with. But if they hadn't, it would have changed the world a lot.
An interesting side thing would be, how does this influence Japan? Because Japan's in its piracy era, where you've got massive amounts of Japanese coastal fishermen being pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you probably get imperial Chinese.
More Sino.
Yeah, you possibly even get a Chinese invasion of Japan to deal with the piracy issue.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which, if that succeeds, that changes things massively.
Oh, yeah. Gorbian, how many people need to fall out of windows to prevent France from going down the Juna coal rabbit hole? Is there any one person you can remove to prevent them from doing so? I think realistically you need to ask Fleet this question, because Fleet has studied it greatly. Fleet is obsessed with preventing the Juna coal and has made a massive study of it. In my mind, there's about 3. 1 admiral, 1 journalist, and 1 engineer. But Fleet has a whole list and order to do it in.
And if you want to ask him that question, as far as I know, Ramblings is still being held tomorrow, 5 p.m. British Standard, or whatever exact time.
I think we're still on a British summertime around. I think we are.
Unfortunately, we're still on BST, yes.
And Fleet also has a graph of what type of defenestration we must go through. Is it the Czech style, the Russian style?
Does he really?
There's a lot of ways to defenestrate someone.
The problem is,
defenestrate is the word for chucking someone out of a window.
I can simultaneously believe that he does, but also can't believe that he does. There are 2 wolves inside of me.
It seems my new gun works.
And this is where we learn that Foxo is becoming a mech boy.
Walter Brodus, did Subland have any kills in World War II? Did they have any notable action? I don't think they did. I'm trying to think. I don't think they got any notable kills in World War II. I think pretty much all the Atlantic kills that were done by submarines were pretty much British.
Oh.
I'm just checking. No, they didn't. They did lose some subs in Atlantic. In fact, they lost the Dorado. It was probably either a mine or potentially friendly fire is the idea of what killed it. But pretty much, yeah, the Americans, they focused on the Pacific and the British were covering Atlantic. That's one of the things people forget about World War II, is that honestly the Americans were able to focus as much as they were on the Pacific because the British were taking the Atlantic, and the British were able to focus as much on the Atlantic as they were, and the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean because the Americans were taking the Pacific. They were dividing the 2 largest fleets in the world, which took turns of being the largest, depending on how you account it. Throughout the period, and they were dividing them, going, right then, you have this theatre of operations because you're dealing with Japan. We have this theatre of operations, which is everywhere else. And between us, we can control the world's oceans. And that's how you win a war, by being able to logistically control the world's oceans and maneuver goods freely, well, as freely as you can in mildly contested spaces, across the world. Right then.
Are you telling me something like logistics win wars?
Yeah.
Preposterous.
Yeah, I honestly, Dude, I think I might have just lost all respect for you as a content creator because logistics. Who needs logistics to win wars?
This is the point
We
about
all
C
know it's like
control
a
versus C
flexing
denial.
progress.
This is the point about C control versus C denial. This is the point about it. Like, submarines are good and they are useful and you should build them. But they are C denial assets, not C control assets, and that makes a difference. Right. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I am doing a lot of driving tomorrow, so I'm going to call it a day. And now I'm going to say thank you to Dan, who joined us earlier. Thank you to Paul and everyone who's been helping out in the chat. Thank you to, of course, Foxo and Dragon for joining us. It's always so nice they spend a Sunday night with us. And thank you, of course, to Runon, who's been doing all her work, sorting everything out. Thank you to everyone in the chat, Walter Brodus, for providing all that interesting chat back on the Warspite one. I do understand why you're what you were saying, but there were some good reasons to what I was saying, and I hope I answered your questions. Mark Hartness, Castanea, everyone who's been chatting away on Twitch, YouTube, Minecraft Watcher, there have been quite a few people chatting away on Twitch. It's been nice. Twitch has been quite nice. Thank you, Holdex Steel, and all the others who've been chatting away on Twitch. It's been really nice having. I like having the active chats, and Ray D Cute and Cutie and Stafford in the YouTube, and everyone who's chatting away. It's been fun having you, and that's what we do. Bruships is very much a chatting program about chatting about naval history and answering questions. AC75, Stephen Meyer, everyone who's done the super chats and super thanks. Thank you everyone for supporting the channel, making it possible to do all this. And once again, I'm going to remind you of my good colleagues, Kofi's, because frankly, they're good colleagues and they deserve some cups of coffee or whatever they have them for. Foxo, what you sent up your Kofi for? Because mine's Iron Brew.
Souls. Souls.
Souls.
She
Okay.
collects souls.
All right.
This should not surprise anyone who spent more than 5 minutes with her.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Dragon, have you set up your Kofi yet?
Yes.
And what do you
It's not really anything special.
What are you collecting?
So there.
Mine's Iron Brew. I'm boring. Runon's is wire nuts. I do notice.
No, that's my channel points.
Your channel points.
The Kofi is bottles of Iron Brew.
Bottles of Iron Brew as well. Okay, yeah, that's good.
Because Nightbot, be nice to YouTube. Anyway,
Nightbot is occasionally cruel.
only occasionally.
Yeah.
All right.
Sal does a nice way. Me and Sal are currently trying to arrange to record a video together because we want to have a chat about a specific topic together, and we have so far singly failed to manage to do so. But we will get there. Thank you very much, Sharon. Take care, and hope you enjoyed. And we're literally 5 minutes off 6 hours. Goodness gracious me. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care.